Hi, everybody. Welcome to Black Spring. Hope everybody's enjoying their quarantine Sunday, if you will. This is an open-ended live stream. So you're welcome to come on and basically we can pretty much just discuss just about anything. I think there's a little bit of can I say dissension in the ranks. I will say that from a Patriot perspective, I think a lot of people are hi Arcade Blur Sunset. How are you? Thank you for stopping in. Arcade, where are you located? Are you in the US? Are you from the United States of America, or where are you from? I'm hanging around. I was just kind of just realizing what, just trying to catch up on this whole social distancing bit. And yeah, that's I guess that's where I am right now. That's what I'm doing. So how about you? How are you? Also, if you're interested in coming on, let's see. I can put the link in for you if you're interested in coming on. Canada. Canada. I haven't been to Canada since '07, I believe. Loved Canada. Said you're bored. Understood. So what? You're from Vancouver. Are you guys pretty much on a quarantine or a lockdown or what? Not sure what the status is there, how you guys are processing your pandemic. Oh, very nice. Hi.
Hi, what's up? I was trying
Not a
to
lot.
go on stream, but it doesn't work because they're having coronavirus and they will shut down my stream. I was trying to go on StreamYard and it doesn't work. Oh, it's so ridiculously annoying.
Yeah, something's going on for sure.
Yeah, I can't go on stream. I'm not allowed. It will send me message. It will remove the
Are you
whole
I'm sorry
stream.
to ask, how old are you?
I'm 25.
You're 25. Okay. I just want to make sure. I mean, you look really young. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I just want to make sure, yeah, you're that I'm not breaking the rules here.
Don't worry. I'm already growing my channel right now, and yeah, everything is getting worse because they're having coronavirus is so bad. There's almost 8 million people dying in Italy or more, and now Italy is worse than China right now. It's so bad.
Hang on just a second. Let me speak to somebody else that's here. Hi, custom wheel tractor, horse tractor, Eric 83. How you doing? And
Wait, do I know him or?
I'm not sure. I'm just greeting everybody.
Oh, Ranger! I know you. I know you. Hey, Ranger, what's up? Ranger 92308 Gaming. I know you. I know you. I don't know the other person. I mean, weird stranger people. Ha ha ha.
How you doing, Ranger 92308 Gaming? Did you pass the test? Oh gosh.
Wait, pass what?
I don't know. Let's see. Hi, JBO Obispo Vlog. How are you doing? Shout out to everybody that's dropping in.
I don't know why I can't go on stream. What the frick?
Let's see. We're just gonna talk. Just how's everybody doing? How's everybody coping wherever you are? We have a guest on right now. Arcade Blue Sunset. Is anybody? Oh,
And blurred sunset.
what's that?
It's blurred.
Yeah, I think you're
Sun.
freezing up. I tell you, maybe you should try again in a little bit. It's
Okay.
freezing up. Yeah, let's try again a little bit. You're freezing up. You're frozen. You're frozen. Okay. Okay, guys. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Black Spring. And does anybody have any, can I say, pandemic updates on the quarantine? I don't know if anybody's aware that, I don't know. I just checked. I've heard from a lot of patriots last night, and I don't know. I think people are going to start getting squirrely, like all the way until April 30th, I believe. I mean, fact check me if you will. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fact checking, a lot of fact checking to come. Her StreamYard name tests. So yeah, let's just yeah, I don't know. Does anybody have anything new, any new updates, or I'm not sure. Ranger, I'm sorry, would you mind saying where are you calling from? Oh yeah, that's right. Test. Yes, you passed. You know, I meant to change it, but I forgot that I re-entered. I think there's been some I've had some technical difficulties, but that's why I didn't try to bother opening another stream from scratch. Try to go from this point on. But does anybody have any who else is here? Salem, Oregon. I've heard people say Oregon growing up, and I've heard Oregon. So yeah, heard all kinds of things. But yeah, I'm I don't know, like how's it going in Oregon? Are you guys coping over there, or it's just a little bit, I gotta tell you, it is a little bit of a I don't know. I don't want to say, I don't know, like somebody last night said it just seems like we got played or something. Like it just seems like something's not quite it's just, I think the morale is down. You know, can I say a patriotic morale, or like we need like I've said before, like we need a win. And I don't know if I feel like we're winning right now. This is not a non-winning rant stream, by the way, either. I'm willing to talk about anything, just about it. I do think that things will be, once this is lifted, or you know, I think things will definitely be, you know, not quite the same. I will say that. Let's see, I'm going to click on this. It says all homestead, but today a church member made masks so we can get out and do groceries safely. Oh, Custom Wheel Horse Tractor, Eric 83. You're in Cortland, New York. I've never been there before. Is that upstate New York? Custom Wheel Horse Tractor, Eric 83. I don't know if that's your tractor. I would assume that's your tractor. And it looks like in a nice grassy area. Like I've never been to upstate New York before. Let's see. Let me see what you're coming in with. You said yes. How's the weather there? Are you guys warm? Are you guys cool or? Sorry. But yeah, it's nice. You know, some places are having, I think they feel like spring. And some places, I mean, like, I think out, like right now on the West Coast, it feels like, to me, it feels like fall in many ways. Even during the early afternoon, you could still wear a jacket. It's like it's kind of, there's a bit of a frost in the air. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's see, what are you saying? Getting warm and rain. So are you guys practicing social distancing in your area? Yeah, I think I did a video earlier. Like, I just think that, just generally, I think that, let me put this here. Hey, at Black Stream with Autumn, I can give you good news since we last talked. Okay, I'm ready to hear it. It's Custom Wheel Horse Tractor says yes, 10 cases around here already. Wow. Well, stay safe and do your social distancing if you go out. I mean, nice. Well, I did too. I did. Congratulations, Ranger 92308. I did too earlier this morning. I don't know. Do you know what happens after that? I mean, I think I got something that says, "Oh, you hit your first 1,000," but I don't know what, is there like a review process? Hello, shout out to Yashri Clarice. Hi, AE Morales. How are you doing? Thanks so much for coming back. And who else is here? Yep, nice to see everybody. Shout out to everybody that's here. This is just kind of this is pretty casual. We're talking just about, I guess, everybody's quarantine kind of Sunday, or your social distancing Sunday. And yeah, that's where we are right now. Let's see. Work on watch hours. Get 4,000 watch hours. You can get monetized. Well, I have more than. Is that the same thing as the watch time? Like the watch time? I have twice as much as that. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know who actually reviews that, or TEP. Tep. Yeah, the watch time is. Yeah, I have that. Actually, I had more. Yeah, I'm quite a few watch hours. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know how the process works. But I don't know how they contact. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Why is my camera out of focus? That happens more often than, and it may not be out of focus on your guys' end, but on my end, it feels bad. It feels out of focus. But congratulations for sure. Let's grow each other, guys. Let's see. Hi, DJ. How you doing? Let us know. Let me know if you want to come on. Yeah, I think, the link is out there somewhere. The link is out there somewhere. Yeah, put a finger in the camera and move it back. You want to come on now? I actually wouldn't mind having you on. Yeah, yeah, let me know. Come on whenever you're ready. So I had a couple of questions about, like, I heard like a bunch of I don't know, this is hearsay, which doesn't mean it's I'm hearing some things about some of the New Jersey officers. Camera and move it back. See if I can't unblur the situation. There we go. Let's see. DJ Cheryl, come on. It looks like DJ's gonna come on. Yeah, so just whenever you're ready. Yeah, so it looks like, the camera's stabilized again. We're kind of talking, I was just talking a little bit about morale and just, so I mean, there's not a lot, it's not a lot, that we can do. I mean, yeah, I guess I think people are becoming a little bit squirrely. And I think they're going to become squirrelier. And yeah, so I was just kind of curious about what's going on in your area, and also about the police officers. I think the New Jersey police officers, I read something something specific to, that they were dealing with some like the workforce is down, something like that. Is what I was hearing about, which is very sad. Yeah, what do you do? Anybody else interested in coming on that's here? Whoa. Looks like you're here. You're here. There you go. Nice to see you.
All is well. So I do have some good news on mine.
Okay. I'm open for business.
I pretty much got my hours back once I practically threatened that I would have to go to another company that offered me my 4 hours, because it's a lot of companies, special police companies, that are losing people because they don't want to interact with people during this time. The scare and fear, and probably half of it has to do with unknown conditions that we don't know that people have. They could be officers, they could have conditions that we don't know, and then they just don't want to work.
Mhm.
And say you're making $950 every 2 weeks. The quote unquote stimulus package was advertising 1,200, or if you are unemployed, 4 months of your current pay, or for up to 4 months. So,
Mhm.
which I don't run to the government for help. So I was telling him, my old company contacted me out the blue, which they did. My old lieutenant contacted me and asked me did I want to come back. So before I did that, in that company, they don't have a take-home weapon, but my current company does. So I said, well, I told my chief that I'm with now, I said, well, I either get my hours back or I got to go back to where I came from and take a kind of a loss because I don't have a take-home weapon. And
Okay.
but at the same time, I'll get my hours back and I'll get my money back.
Yeah.
Guaranteed money, guaranteed 40 hours, guaranteed overtime. But it's still more responsibility with that old company. I have more. I do more work. I deal with more people. It's a bigger environment, and it's not technically worth the money, but it's a sacrifice that I take to get where I need to go.
Okay. I'm glad you got some level of stability back,
Yeah.
and something that you can work with. I mean, yeah, I'm hearing. I don't know if I don't know if this is fake news, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. But I heard something about like 700 New Jersey officers had contracted
Oh yeah. I mean
pandemic.
that's somewhat that's somewhat right due to with the first people who have to contact the homeless. And the homeless are not gonna get tested. They don't want to get tested. And the worst part about it is they're gonna be the ones most likely to come up to you and try to infect. We're their enemies when it comes to not all homeless, because I do know certain homeless people that I do help, but for people for not just homeless, for people who don't like law enforcement in general, there has already been arrest of individuals who have intentionally coughed on officers and
Oh no,
so
DJ.
that it's already going on. So we don't. I'm trying to figure out what do we what do we do about this? What do we do? I have gloves. I have disposable gloves. I have different pairs of leather gloves that I disinfect. I have different disinfecting products. But my company told me we don't have any supplies. We don't have masks, and they didn't give us nothing. So at this moment, I have to provide everything for myself, not to take care of myself. Um, better to be safe than sorry. You
Yeah,
know, like right now, I got 2 different kinds of hand sanitizer to take your pick.
yeah. I would say, I don't have a lot of sanitizer. I'm just gonna be doing soap and water. Either I was thinking just make up a little solution with something extra in it
Yeah.
because it's like I'm not like I would not think, oh, I'm gonna go douse myself with some Clorox. Let me just make a little just a tiny drop in there just to, I don't know. But yeah,
I pretty much I don't even have a mask. So I'm all the airborne, whatever if you want to call it airborne. So what? But my immune system is pretty good. This is my tea that I got from Morocco, and it is
oh
working
wow.
pretty fine for me. And that's my tea plug right there, guys. You can check that one out. It will ship from Morocco. It is essential business because it's
Maybe I
dealing with
should
health.
write that down. So
Yes. There you go.
let me see. Okay, let me see. So let me write it here.
And for anyone else who wants healthy alternatives instead of chemicals in your body, here we go.
Herbs and spices. Okay. Should I take the number down or don't?
You definitely can because they have more products and it's an online doctor as well. So just in case you have any symptoms and you're worried, they already have what you need. You just have to contact them and they'll send you towards a specific product. All natural, usually herbal,
Okay.
things of this nature, and it's all from Morocco. So you're not getting anything tampered with or sprayed with any chemicals. So that's one thing on a good note. And also, yes, I did watch the conference with Trump and and CNN, this crazy CNN lady and the crazy CNN man. It was just it was just too funny. It was just too funny. Oh my god. I don't even know what
Wow.
to say.
I haven't,
Also,
there's so many things that come up. Because I don't watch regular TV, regular
yeah.
mainstream media. I usually look for independent sources, but I'm going to tell you the truth, TJ. They've squashed those quite a bit.
No, speaking of which, they brought up in the conference. They literally CNN had asked no, not CNN. It was actually a reporter that Trump actually wanted to get his information, and they had asked Trump about Fox specifically. I guess okay, it was a Fox reporter that said they're trying to suppress the actual press conferences every single day. So not just suppressed, it's algorithm suppressed, it's YouTube suppressed, it's every other news station that doesn't agree with Trump suppressed. It's it's that bad, but it's almost like a we hate Trump club or fraternity. Like they come together in one unit, and then they all do it at one exact time with computers and social engineering and all this mess. I mean, it's just
Well,
it really doesn't make any sense because he's just trying to douse like 15 minutes after the press conference was over. I seen on Instagram he was somebody which I listened to words. What he said, what Trump said specifically was he would like to reopen things by would like to reopen things by Easter. He did not say he would reopen things by Easter. He didn't
right, right. He
but
didn't say that. Yeah, not
you
not
know,
those words. No.
but people are already saying he would like he's trying to reopen things and he will reopen things. They're mixing the words up. It's just, that's the fake news thing. And I'm like, geez, like
Well, but see, the thing was, but he was telling me that it's April 30th now.
exactly. It's quote unquote one more month. I actually have that notification on my phone because I
Oh.
have notifications also from news sources and other sources coming to my phone as well. So and I was trying to get a subscription to a subscription and maybe create a and publicize a outlet so that we can share our news and maybe people can read what we put because we can have our content and feedback also. Usually when it comes to papers and news, it's just one-sided. We tell you what's going on, that's it. It should be a dialogue. It's kind of hard for us to get a dialogue going on. Get the people's views and then feedback, So I actually had met someone who's in charge of platforms like that at my job, and he gave me his card and contact information. It's not somewhere. But
Well, I'm from this end, I will tell you honestly, for the last since just before the whole social distancing and the whole, order came down, the national emergency came down. Hi, Tim and Vina. How you guys doing? Nice to see you. Glad you came in. Before all of that came down, I could already tell that, even like I'm not a big fan of Fox, but but the Fox business, I can handle that. But even Fox, what's his name? Chris Wallace. Some of those people are you would think that they work on CNN, the way that, but I'm saying
yeah, we talked about that the other day. Yeah.
independent news, I'm not getting any of those notifications. In fact, when I go to their pages, I'm not even seeing if they're putting out content.
Yeah, even the worst part about it is if you try to look up Fox on YouTube now, the algorithms are so thick that it'll literally have 5 references to 3-second clips of
Are you kidding? Did you say 3 seconds?
3 seconds, 5 seconds, 7 seconds, and these are coming directly from Fox, so they will shut it down. So that anything that's pro, how we speak, they'll cut it down and cut it down and cut it down until they can't get it. So then they will have to outsource and send it to an outside network to push it out. And if it stays, so it'll be an independent that pushes out the narrative through from Fox. They'll send it to them. They'll license it and give them the copyright approval. That's like jumping through hoops and hurdles just to get your information across. It's just crazy.
I know. Hang on one second. Good morning, you guys. You just woke up. Yeah, I wish I was. It feels like we're waking up to something over here around here. We're not. But I was on your show, I think earlier, or like last night. I forgot what you guys' time difference is, but I'm sure I'll be back on for sure. Nice to see you guys. Glad you could come in. But yeah, I said all that to say that, yeah, I already feel I feel disconnected. I don't feel as that I'm as in the know, and I don't normally I don't want to go to, I'm not going to CNN. I'm not going to
Exactly.
I'm not going to those sources. I'm I'm just not. So I can't get what I normally get. It's, you could stack it up, because OAN and it's like they're been wiped. It's like they scrubbed them, even if you put them in the search box, they're coming, it's just not coming up. I mean, to me, this is the control thing. You understand what I'm saying? This is the control factor that we're facing, because after a while, are they going to get it down to where you can only watch maybe one?
It reminds me of well, they actually spoke on it on Fox. They said the algorithms that came from China's news patterns, which they should, if not pro, of course, communist country, if not pro China, they and you're trying to talk about what they're doing wrong, they automatically cut it. And as you seen when we were talking with Old School Wolf, and he had two guys that live in China, that actually live in China.
They live there. Wow.
Exactly. So they're telling me the information, So all I can do is directly give you everybody the information, So I try my best to go directly to the source.
There's a lot that's not being reported. I was just watching, I don't know if you watch ABL, Anthony Brian Logan, but I was on, I don't know whose show it was, but I'm hearing that they are dealing with a bit of unrest, like even in San Francisco right now. And that's not being reported either. Like they're even being told maybe by the guard to go back into your home or whatever,
Yeah, they are on lockdown. Vegas is on lockdown as well. I just spoke to a friend today that lives in Vegas. They're on lockdown as well.
So yeah, I just don't. I don't know, DJ. I just get the feeling that yeah, this is definitely at the least it's unprecedented. Is all I can say, and I'm sure we could draw it down to something somewhere else, in history or something. It does not feel good. Like I don't get in my feelings, but it does not.
As I said today, which I think everybody feels right now, no matter which side you want to be on, just want life to go back to normal as it is.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's it,
And that's why I'm thinking that's where the concern that I've had since they did this was the civil unrest.
Right.
You gave us 1,200. You gave us some crumbs.
This is actually the first. This is actually the first touch of communism, telling everybody what to do, telling businesses that you can't be open, telling everybody if you don't do this, consequences by law. If you're outside in my area now, they can fine you up to $800. For right now, they can fine you up to law enforcement can fine you $800, but I don't know what are the repercussions past that. So that's the first step. And our governor of Maryland has said that he expects the DC, Maryland, and Virginia area to become the new New York, because in our area, the most cases, 56% of the cases are ages 50 and under, not old people. So it changes the narrative again. And these are numbers and facts. So he has to look at these, and he spoke to the president, and he spoke to all the mayors and the vice president. So, he's and he was one of the first people to put on one of the hardest restrictions and telling everybody. We were one of the first people to get notifications on our phone to stay in the house. So, I mean, we did everything we could as precaution, but we do live in a rebellious area. It's any metro area, period, is a rebellious area, because when I go to work, you have kids. I mean, you got kids outside because number one, the parents are still working. So they take their kids to work, even if they're automotive workers. Automotive workers by the government is actually technically essential. and they're right next to their dads, working on their cars and working on their, jacking up cars and everything. But everybody's outside. There's actually, I didn't want to say, but it's like a up in people outside. It's like a population is going up because people, they're getting. Even an old lady told me. She said, she was ranting and blaming Trump and all these things, but at the end of her quote unquote speech, with no protection, and she's 72 years old. She told me her nephew, or she has a grand nephew who is 8 years old, and he contracted the disease. And that he's an 8-year-old, and then so you're not gonna wear anything. You're not gonna. I'm not gonna live in fear because God has me, and I'm covered by the blood. I'm like, yes, of course, and you have to take into account the responsibility at the same time because your body is a temple of God at the same time. So if you believe in that, you have to believe in both. You know, because godliness
Wow.
is next to cleanliness, in my view.
It-
So I mean, you
well,
know.
that's what I'm saying. Like, and I'll tell you, I was watching another, like, even last night, you could just tell even the YouTubers, if Instagrammers, whatever, that are the people that are either pro-conservative or pro-country, they are, like somebody was like, we got played, we got played, America for business. And
Oh man.
I'm like, oh gosh, I'm like, I was kind of thinking something, but not in those words. So yeah, that was what I was thinking. But it's just, I don't know, DJ. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't, but even a recovery to me on something like this is going to be it's going to be different, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be different. They're trying to talk about right now after the slope goes from up, and once we start flattening that curve, once we flatten that curve, they're saying to prevent the curve from going back up, which is the most scariest thing that they're saying would happen because we will get relaxed, we'll get all hot, summer will hit us, and we'll spring break it all out, summer break it all out. And in their view and the professionals' view and these are doctors. I'm not a professional and I can't see under a microscope because I haven't ordered it yet, but I will. That was serious. But they're saying once the slope starts to flatten, they can't prove and see that it won't go back up and spike up equal to what it's doing now or worse.
I mean, but
So
do you think
I
this
think
is,
that me
do
is
you
fear.
think this is an overreaction, or
Of course, of course,
where
of course, of
where
course, of
are the
course.
recovery numbers is
The,
what I'm struggling with. I'm
it's a
talking about numbers. All we hear
right,
about is death. We're not
right,
hearing
right.
anything about pre-existing conditions. We're not
Right.
hearing anything
I
about
might, I might, I might just pull those numbers up right now.
we're not hearing anything about compromised immune systems. We're just hearing death numbers.
Right.
And that's not the way, I mean, to me, that's not a transparent or full or a composite way to talk, to communicate to people with, and even the people in the health professions are questioning, some of it. Some people, okay, one person husband may be a doctor. Nobody's denying that it's a real virus, but why
Right.
can't you report everything equally?
Right. Because it's once it's propaganda wars. So they'll give you it's so serious, you have to do this, have to do that, and at the same time they'll go. But at the same time, the recovery numbers are 3 to 4 times stronger than the death numbers. So you just contradicted
But
yourself.
it is,
Statement.
and then if you go back even further than that, at one point they were saying it was low. The risk for Americans was low. So how do we go from a low risk to all we hear about is
People are actually making fun of America now. People in our country are making fun of us and putting it on Instagram and YouTube, saying these words right here. One guy said earlier today, what he said, if America's supposed to be so great,
that's
supposed to be so powerful. How come we ain't got this under wrap? Then he goes on to say, if we don't got this under wraps, then we ain't nothing and we ain't shit. And I'm like, come on, dude. I mean, sometimes you got to think about it. This is a new thing to most people, not all, because older people heard of it. And I thought even that old lady who was ranting on about it, she was like, I heard of this years ago. It's been on the back of Lysol bottles forever. It's just you're the first person that's finding out about it. And I'm like, okay, we get that part. We get it. We get it. We get it. We get it. You know, but at the same time, the worst part about it is I found, which I didn't even let you know the other day, I had found there was a movie that I have to look up again, but it was a movie on Netflix about the COVID-19 that was a movie directly about biological warfare
Mhm.
in the United States. This is 2 years ago, and they put this out on Netflix, you know, and I actually have a video on it on my YouTube channel. I can check it out. I pulled it up and actually played it. And I played the soundbite. I played the live. You can actually see them talking about it, and they go on and say it's a biological weapon. It's used specifically to attack America. It's going to bring us down. And this is a movie, so you go from a movie to reality.
What's
this,
the name of the movie?
I have to. It's in the video on my page. I will have to.
Okay. Well, we can figure it out. um, yeah, but I'm just saying, you know, it's just, I don't know, you know, it's. I think there's a lot of you know, you speculate negative. There's negative and there's positive speculation. We go from one person, one man that does more of a positive speculation all of the time. Meanwhile, you got the mainstream mediocres and the mockingbird medias all doing the negative speculation or, you know, projecting, you know. So you just don't have much.
Trump actually said that today. He
Yeah,
said, how come it's always negative? He did just like that. How come it's always negative? Negative, negative, negative. Can we please get somebody? He literally said that.
well,
Can
you
we
know, the
please,
other
like,
thing is
why do we have to beg for positivity? That's ridiculous.
because I think, and there again, that's another way of them because they have, you know, this pandemic
I
is
guess if you can
forcing them
strike
to
somebody's
talk to them.
emotions and people are so emotionally stimulated on that emotional stimulated platform, you know you're gonna get a response out of them, and you got them at that point.
Well, it's also forcing them to talk to him. You know, like they've spent years attacking him, and now all of a sudden you gotta talk. You know, you got to talk to him on a regular basis, and it's also exposing the rest of the country, you know, to real talk. You know, you can't spin if the people aren't watching, then they can't really spin it. You know, they can spin it if you're not watching it, but if you're watching all of these updates, you're getting direct. You're getting it, you know, directly from him. So I even had somebody, a liberal, she's like, well, I guess they're tired of having him on. I'm like, what do you mean tired of having him on? He's the president of the United States. You guys need to start accepting that. You know, I'm not a psychiatrist, but acceptance is the first step. I've been told for many things.
Yeah, especially
You
recovery.
know, so but I'm just saying, but this whole thing is just so it's just I just don't know, you know, where it's like a fantasy or it's like nobody knows where the beginning. Where did we start with this? Does anybody know what's the federal day that we were on? Like Monday was supposed to be day something, I believe. What was it,
Right,
day 15?
right.
And now we add 30 more days onto it.
Pretty much. I just got that notification on my phone right after the press conference. So
So
okay. Live report right now. Well, I guess I'll pull it up. I'll go ahead and share my screen and let you see. live numbers.
Sources are, I mean, even my sources are not what I normally use. So it's like I usually don't go with the Wall Street Journal, or now you're having to go for whatever is out there. And then compare that with a whole bunch of stuff, you know?
Right.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see if there'll be any more bickering, or I guess I don't know, tomorrow morning. I don't know what's going to come out. Oh, that's super cool.
Here we go. That's what we got right here. So obviously the recovery rates are tripling.
Is that worldwide or is that here?
Worldwide, the first numbers is worldwide. All of them are actually worldwide, total, because we're barking up into 1 million cases. So we're almost at that point of 1 million cases recorded. These are not true numbers. These are numbers that we're getting because we're doing more testing. And one thing I noticed that reporters are flipping the script and saying, well, if the numbers are rising, what does that mean on you acting, and you should have acted soon? They're telling Trump he should have acted soon. But they were the ones fighting Trump and telling him he shouldn't ban China from coming here, and he shouldn't.
Yeah, they were doing.
That's backwards and contradicting. I just don't get that part.
But as I've said this before, they're actually loving this. The left is.
They're like, yes, he's losing.
This is a snapshot. Does anybody actually think they want to see us return back to what was happening?
Seriously.
Does anybody actually believe that? This is a snapshot into what they could see as a welfare state. If they can make this a welfare state and attract those voters that are living either in their parents' basement, isn't this an auspicious occasion?
Exactly.
Got somebody else here. Hi, Ali Kim Adventure. Nice to see you. But yeah, I'm just saying, it's like they're loving it, and the fear. Like, somebody came on here the other day. I mean, I would never, chastise a subscriber or anything, but she was just like, oh, tell us this or that. I'm like, honey, I can't do anything about hysteria. You have to have the will to. We have to have the will to survive this, or the will to live, and
the will to calm the storm.
I don't even go with the survival of the fittest. It's the will to live, but it's also the mental will you got to have. You can't just. It's tough. I'm not going to say it's not, but I mean, I'm not a social emotional director either on here. This is Black Spring Live. It's not the red couch, the Black Spring red couch. Come in and put your feet up.
Right.
Close your eyes. That's not what this is. This is historic, is what it is.
Pretty much.
If people need to journal, or write down what you're feeling and go back to it. If that's what you need to get out something. But I do. This is a community, but I can't. I'm not here to even treat symptoms. I'm just can't treat your symptoms. It's not based on that, But I mean, you got to keep your own morale up, trying to stay informed, but I want to stay informed the way I want to be informed. You know what I mean? Like, feel like I've lost a little bit of control of that.
Right. Losing reliable sources.
Yeah. So
we're becoming the source it's like as things get worse, we begin to become the source.
Yeah, well, on top of that, somebody was saying, well, as long as this platform is up, and then who knows, you know what I mean? you know,
Exactly.
yeah, it's really, I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit crazy, but then I did see something I did see something about that Trump ordered. Did he order that the gun stores and shops were essential?
He definitely created that and said gun shops are essential businesses.
So I guess that's where everybody will be.
He did like this and signed that paper. So at this point, you can buy your guns 100%. When it comes to shooting your guns, is a different situation. But buying your guns, he made sure that business is rampant. So the 2A community, we won't fall. You can still buy the new weapons. You can still at the speaking of which, Ruger Challenger just came out 3-4 weeks ago. Check that out. Good reviews on that.
You said
But
Challenger?
yes, Ruger Challenger, special caliber carbine, and it's actually a takedown model. You can take it apart, fold it up, and put it in the backpack as a bug out weapon. Yes.
Yeah, well, I think even my range, I don't know. I hope they have something left, because when I went out last week, she was like, "Oh, well, not that it matters," but she was like, I was like, "What do you have?" Like, she was like, "Well, I only have the higher end stuff," and which is fine. I was looking for, like a shotgun, and I'm gonna go back there, but I'm hoping that'll still be there. But it's like they don't even want to say straight up what the hours of operation are. They were like, okay, go on to Facebook and see if we're gonna be open, or go on to Instagram. And I ended my Facebook page, so it's like I'm kind of locked out. I'm kind of locked out because I canceled the Facebook page. I don't even know what's going on Facebook. I'm wondering, are people talking? Are you on Facebook at all?
I haven't been on Facebook. I'm being honest. I haven't been on Facebook in over months with the S. So I don't get much out of Facebook. I don't know why, but I just don't. But
well, let me know if you can when you're going on live again, and I'll make sure I'm away. Because I mean, my sleeping pattern has been a little bit wonky, and but that's been something I've been trying to work on for a while. But the other night I was on with Old School and I did really well, but that was like the first time I've done that in several weeks.
yeah.
But I want to stay up and be able to watch other people's shows, or maybe go on somebody else's show at some point. But yeah, I tell you what, I hope that that this platform will stay up for a while, like at least sustain us all through this. I mean,
I really hope the censorship mess doesn't get out of control. That's all I care about at this point. Because we can communicate, we can connect, and we can share, and we can put our feet on the ground and actually help the situation. But when we get censored, it's hard for us to get the word out. So I will definitely soon be having merch for as I told you, I'll be having merch. I'll definitely be having Pro 2A jackets and paraphernalia coming out, and I'm basically creating a quote unquote gun club and things of that nature. So, yep, starting from the ground up. That's how I'm doing it.
I'm just trying to figure some things out, but it's hard to do that. It's hard to plan anything.
I know, especially in
you can't. It's hard. You can't plan even something for a month from now or 2 months from now. I mean, can you really plan something?
It had to be short-term plan. We can only go off short-term goals for the moment. Is what it looks like.
I mean, what do you think? What is your take on? What is your take on even the election at this point? Do you think?
With Well,
You
this
don't
is
think
what
we're
this is what
that
this
we're gonna be released just to go to the box, to the ballot?
this is what has been said. They were already looking at, which I think is gonna make a mockery of our country because our cyber situation is and has been hacked, but they're trying to make it an online process.
Oh my God,
Thank
DJ.
you. I know. But
Oh no.
I don't know. I don't like. What do we do? What do we do at that point? What do we do? I don't know what to say. I don't know what I'm lost for words because that's my worst. I don't want that to happen. I just don't want that to happen. I could vote for one person, and that who knows what happens to my vote? Who knows if it's going to be secured? You know, especially from IP addresses from anybody's
That's a
laptop and
privacy.
desktop. I mean,
That's also a privacy, issue.
exactly,
Like you don't
exactly,
want because what could you possibly be a target for? You know?
exactly. If your state doesn't like your, suppose your state doesn't like who you're voting for, and they have machines. I mean, I don't even want to get into that, but you see where I'm going with it, like. Who knows what can happen when it comes to that because they already tried to pull the probe and hack situation before with the last election.
Well, you remember
This
you
will be the
remember
biggest
go ahead, I'm sorry.
this will be the biggest mockery if we actually get probed really and it's proof because we get hacked through our internet system because we can't go out and vote through the actual system from the state and the government. We got to use our own personal machines, which is not protected by supercomputers. The polls are protected by supercomputers, but our computers and laptops and even MacBook Pros and all these things, they're not protected by supercomputers. So you could definitely get hacked,
No.
So
Yeah, I don't really that's why I'm just thinking like I don't know anything. I don't know. It's just a lot of unknowns and to me it does, you can't be prepared. You can't be as vigilant if your sources are if your sources are snipped,
right.
you don't have the access to and I think that's happening. I don't know if it's but that's why I'm just saying, but what is Congress going to do the rest of this time? Do you understand what I'm saying? What
Right now,
exactly is going to be? They're going to continue to spend their time working against the president, or are they going to, you know what I mean? Because that's all they've done. When you think
right.
about what
They're not even thinking about the election. They're just thinking about destroying Trump. They're not thinking about how can you even vote like physically. Like what are you gonna have okay, like we have a
and
you
why
see that
are they
that
getting
fifty
paid?
person if you do put that 50% limit in place, fine, because I know how it works. Me doing security, you let one person in, let one person out, lock the door. That's how it works. Let one person in, let one person out, lock the door. It's already signs all over the facility, signs of 6 feet already in my job. In AutoZone, we already have signs, at least 5, 6, 7 signs, just in the small area. Saying customers stay 6 feet. Even you can talk and tell us your parts of your cars that you want from a distance, and when you're ready to pay, you walk up and pay, and the cashier steps back because they don't trust the customers to not cough, don't come in there and cough. And then once the person coughs, they want to make a joke and, okay, if you give me that shit, I swear to God. You know what I mean? So,
Whoa. Got somebody in here right now. Some pop this up on the screen. It's from Newman Outdoors. Hi, Newman Outdoors. That Congress gave themselves a raise in this new bill. You see?
yes.
You see what I'm saying? What
The
exactly
worst part
have they
about it is
done? And what are they going to be doing
the
for
worst
the
part about
next?
it is they didn't even want to go to work. They didn't want to go to work. They had to make congressmen go to work because we got to go to work. The essential people have to go to work. I think Congress essential. I mean, yes. I mean, that's a
It's just
selfish point.
not. Oh, I don't know. It's just really frustrating because I haven't even I think I downloaded that bill, but I saw the other one too, and it was so fluffed, so pork rind. It was so, sorry. It was so pork rind, and but this one I think they flushed it out, and I heard AOC was upset about what illegals were not getting.
Even worse, they
Having
are
camping on the floor.
in the bill. They got the illegals. We didn't even talk about that the last time. Illegals and refugees were getting privilege with 30-something million in this bill. Why are we putting 32 million? Why are we putting 32 million dollars towards refugees and illegals when we're having problems with our country at this moment? Like literally.
Well, I heard that they weren't getting any, that none of that went, she didn't get any of the money that she
Oh,
wanted.
so that's why she was
She's
making a big
yeah,
noise
she's
about
having
it.
a fit. Okay, I have
Good.
something here from Newman Outdoors. I heard on the WLW radio it was 25 million.
25
They
million.
haven't done
All
they
right.
haven't done anything for 4 years, for almost 4 years. So what exactly, but do you understand that's where you get a little disenfranchised because to me, I have some issues with the Republicans. I still think they're pretty spineless, you know. There's still rhinos. You still got all of these.
Right.
You know, how many allies does he actually have? It just seems like we're already caving to their agenda on some, you know, it just feels wrong.
Just
You know,
settling.
it just feels like they're doing their will, and they're throwing $1,200 crumbs at us in debt.
Say it again. In debt. Inflation goes like this.
Oh my God. Excellent point, Newman Outdoors. He said, can you imagine our hospitals right now if we had totally open borders? See, none of our people would get in there.
I can already imagine it because just 3 years ago, we had trainees working as regular we had trainees. I'm talking people in med school that are not even assistants. They're training to do their job, and they're actually having the trainees do the jobs of real medical professionals who've been working for 5, 10, 15 years just to take up the slack. And it was working on my great grandfather when his bowel started working in PG Hospital, which is definitely one of the worst hospitals you can go to in Maryland. Let me put that out there. Greenberg and Betterman put that out also. I'm sure you heard of them. But so he realized the lady had to tell my great grandfather, I don't know what I'm doing. That's embarrassing that you're actually working on a human who's literally on his last feet and you don't know what you're doing. So they had to medevac him to another hospital where they ended up getting him the help at Red Cross. But that's just ridiculous that at the community hospitals and the local hospitals, you're not giving them the proper, they don't even have the staff. So you go from don't have the staff to don't have the equipment and the staff to don't have the equipment, the staff, and the funds. So what do you do?
It's pretty gross. That's why I'm saying, like, Newman Outdoors makes a great point. And that's why I would see, but let's play it out another step further. The schools. I had already been hearing that kids were in classrooms and that their teachers were basically putting the kids that spoke English in a corner while she teaches the non-speaking English kids. What is that?
Segregation.
You know, and that means you're paying taxes whether you have a kid or not, but you can't even send your kid. Your tax dollars are not even reaching the kid if you have one that's going to school. He says like 7, and your kids are not even getting educated, but you're taxed for that education in that county or in that city. But then they're sticking your kid in a corner while she teaches. First of all, we don't have the teachers that teach. Our teachers aren't trained to speak a second language. not
Nope.
not a majority.
Nope. I was a teacher at one point. You're right.
I mean, we don't have that. So, and they don't even, for teachers that have student debt or whatever, they don't forgive any loans for teachers.
Nope.
But then you want them to do 2 jobs, for it's already low pay,
100% $20 an hour. Come on.
it's very
Risk
low
and
pay.
everything.
And
Risk and
I
everything.
never, I just can't see myself taking on extra. I couldn't take on extra, responsibilities for the money, that they pay. And then you're also, miseducating the kids who are actually, there legally, and their parents' taxes are going towards what you're supposed to be doing with them all day long. So I'm just saying, I don't know. To me, the plan is to bankrupt this country. They want to see this country bankrupt.
Right.
That's what I think.
Well, they actually did say if we have to sacrifice our economy.
Who said that?
There you go.
When was that?
Democrats have already said if we have to sacrifice the economy or just a recovery, which you can't even predict our recovery. So number one, why are you promoting sacrifice to the economy? When every day Trump says we're trying to get back to work. We're trying to get back to work. Everybody wants to get back to work.
And see, I'm gonna tell you the truth. You notice that Cuomo and Newsom, all they could think about, because Cuomo got up there complaining about how it wasn't enough money. It wasn't enough money. Nancy got up there saying, "Oh, it's not enough money. This is only a drop in the bucket." Yeah, because California is bankrupt, basically. So you want money.
Speaking of which, my I had a discussion with my grandmother today about that. She said this is her statement. She said, "Oh, Trump said he wasn't gonna help California." Number one, they got a ship yesterday. They got a ship yesterday to help them. They have a medical ship yesterday.
It's downtown, I believe. I haven't been down there, but
right. So it's already done, and the military guys come in my AutoZone every single day. Marines, Army, and Navy every single day. They tell me the truth. We doing our best. They don't wear no mask and protective stuff because they have to touch everybody. They're forced to, they're just like me. I'm forced to communicate, but I still do the best I can. So I don't give it to, say, my little brother or my grandmother. Even if you're not doing the best if they're not doing the best that they can, I'm doing the best that I can for them. But I'm not worried about my health because I take care of my body at this point. I don't smoke right now. Only thing I drink is beer. I don't drink no liquors. I'm trying to keep my immune system high. I do heavy teaing and heavy watering, drinking water, and I also put the teas and the vapors of the teas when they hit the back of your throat and your cavities. If it was a disease, if it was a bug in there, it will kill it over time because, as we know, when you get sick from a bug and you catch that fever, the fever is trying to kill the disease and get it out. So heat is part of it, and it's a CDC recommendation anyway. So I'm doing the best I can for me, but I hope some people get common sense at this point and stop.
What's that?
On the fear wagon. Yeah, you tell me.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you the truth. I'm glad you could come on, but I know it's exhausting. I'm telling you, it's kind of a downer. Like people mentally, it's for everybody. It hits everybody in a different kind of a way.
Yeah, you're right.
And the longer it goes on, that's where I think we're going to get into some civil unrest if they're not, because $1,200, DJ. Whether you're single, that's not even rent in many places. That's not rent.
That's my point.
It's not rent. So, it's like I said, they actually just threw some crumbs. They got $1 trillion in special interest and kickbacks for themselves, and gave us like what a
they're gonna see all this money at when they do their taxes next year. That's the worst part about it. We forgot about that. I didn't. But all these fundings, they're gonna get that kickback at the end of the year next year because it's a government kickback. And in my eyes, the way the government works is, as far as how I've seen, anytime you get something from the government, you have to pay it back.
You gotta get it back.
Even if it comes on the back end. Even if it comes on the back end. Say the virus slopes down and we kill that curve in 2 months from today. 2 months after that, in 4 months, we're gonna have to start kickbacking, and it's gonna be another program to kick back. There's gonna be another program to get you back, get the government back what they gave you, because Uncle Sam wants his money back. So, I mean,
I'm telling you, it's rough, but
too is what it is.
I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna wrap up here in just a little bit, but I'm glad you come on, but I mean, I know I have my own unique situation or whatnot, but I'm just saying, like, I just don't, do they actually think this is like, when I look at it, I have somebody else here. Hi, About Time. How you doing? Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else that's here? Newman Outdoors, if you're still here. About Time's good guy. We're just yapping it up. Just trying to keep my head on. I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's just, to me, it's kind of a downer to project all the way into the end of another month.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm going to say this, I don't know what anybody's beliefs are, but to me, only God is not wrong.
Pretty much.
And when Trump gets up there and talks to people, it's like, how are you holding him to a standard that doesn't even, that only God could meet? There's not a man here. There's not a man that's approached a podium before him that was God. So anything that you say to him and any projection that you do, whether you claim it's negative or positive, it's not realistic.
And that's one thing I wanted to speak about also. The medical professional, that short guy, whatever his name is, I don't even care because I don't necessarily like him. Because he kind of flips on Trump a lot. I'm starting to realize that. If Trump says something positive, he'll flip it and say, I don't necessarily like that prediction. He's giving you it's almost like if God said, okay, I might just fix things faster than you think. It may not be mathematically correct based on your science, but God is outside of science. It's called supernatural. Then you go back to the natural state and you get back to Earth and go, well, on Earth. So he's doing his job scientifically in that realm. He's doing his job in the realm of science, in the realm of facts, in the realm of charts. What he said was, because they're talking about the Easter prediction. He would really like to get certain areas back open, not all, but certain areas of California, he said, certain areas of New York, he said, certain areas of Ohio and the Midwest that are not affected and may have 1 or 2 cases. Period. That makes sense.
Right. Well, this is the thing. Go ahead.
That makes sense. But on your same team, your guy comes and says, I don't think that's gonna happen. So he walked all over everything. He walked all over the hope. He gave you hope up here, then he walked all over it and then brought it back down to here. And people who literally have fear will listen to the fear first. and then the hope would disappear. And then it's like, well, even if you were positive and were full of spirit and God was on your mind, it meant nothing at that point, because you're going off of fear and numbers and things that even scientists say we can't accurately predict. The professional said he cannot accurately predict it. What he's doing is he's using the worst case scenario. If you do nothing, it can be 2 million deaths. But if you do the most you can, then this can happen. And we have to go off of both extremes. We can't choose an extreme at that point, you know.
Well, let's see. We have a comment here. I think you're getting a shout out from About Time. He said hi. And he mentioned Fauci's name. But I'm just saying, you know, that to me, that I'm going to say this one thing for the right. They do not do a good job controlling the narrative. They really don't. They really just kind of tuck their tails and they, you know, and they either they run,
They ride the wave,
or they give in. Oh, okay, that's conservative. Okay, you want $500 million for that's conservative. I mean, honestly, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's like to a great extent, they think that they're winning right now, and if look at it,
they really do. They really do. They're making posts every single day now. They're mocking the situation. You know, they're basically saying, well, Trump ain't got it under control. We're winning. That's not a win, because people are dying. Like, what the? So if people are dying, you're winning?
Yeah, that's but wait. Let's see, we got a question here. About Time says, so Autumn, what's your prediction? Then I'll tell you mine.
Okay.
Let's play that. You guys want to play that game?
What kind of numbers you want? Months?
You know, I'm going to be honest. My thing is that a bank, an all-out just tank, bankrupt, bottoms out is what they want. They're loving Americans sitting at home. They are dangling. Whoa, Nancy Pelosi says you're going to have another bill coming. You're going to have another bill. Watch my hand. The Fed chair says, think big. Interest rates are low. Coffee's at 10 cents. Wait, that was 19. What year was that? She's 80 years old. What was coffee 10 cents again, ladies and gentlemen? She made it. But you know, a lot of people don't understand. They don't know anything about economics. I didn't say they don't know anything about basic. They think that it's raining money. That, you know, they think they don't realize that we're working with what's already here. We're working with what's already in the pot. You're not coming up with anything extra. That's why I've already seen people say, well, some people, I read a headline, oh, it's unfair because everybody's not getting the stimulus money. Well, how is it not fair?
You're looking forward to money for nothing is where it starts.
Oh, can I ask you both if you're thinking biblical? You want to go first?
Well,
DJ is going to go first.
Yeah, sure. Well, yes, because I'll give you a narrative that JLP taught me, a good mentor, by the way. He said, without God, I am nothing and there is nothing. So
okay. He wants to come up. You cool with that? He wants to come up. All right, we're gonna add you. There you go.
All right.
Hang on, let me grab a light because I'm getting dark.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Let me grab a light before. Just tell him I'll be right back with the light.
All right.
Before I go into zero dark, nothing.
All right. She's about to add you and pull you up. She's just about to get a light so she can enhance the quality. But we're about to get into this. And put it this way, I live in a real world where I think God wrote everything there is to be done. That omnipotent and all these things, sure. But at the same time, your will is not God's will. So we got to put that in the context also. And we may have a will to do things, but we have to figure out what He wants.
Hang on, about time. I'm right. I had to grab a light. Give me a second here. I'll be out of the darkness and back before you can say
1, 2, 3.
yes. Before you, I didn't mean to make like a banana and split. But I'm back.
All right, there we go.
Not make it too crazy. All right, let's bring him on.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, all is well, all is well.
Hanging
Yeah,
around.
I figured there's just 3 of us in chat, so I might as well come up.
Come on up.
Good panel.
Yeah, so co-host, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name. What's your name?
DJ?
Oh,
DJ?
DJ Vision Barnett.
All right, DJ Vision. All right. Yeah, if you type in the chat, I'll connect to you after I'm done.
All right, doing it right now.
All right, sweet. Sweet. But yeah, listening to you, I just came in. Of course, I missed your stream for an hour, but so biblically, you started talking, DJ, and I was entering the broadcast, so it cut you off. So whatever you're saying, like autumn was getting late, tell me what you're saying.
But what I was saying biblically was, at this point of time, to me, most of us are going off of, well, not most of us, but people who are not faith-based go off of emotion, mainly when it comes to things of the world. So when you go off emotion when it comes to things of the world, you don't go off of what is God's plan. You forget about His plan. And if God already wrote everything into existence, He knows how the outcome is already going to be. He knows the ending.
Right.
We may not know the specific time. So when I watch the news and I see Trump trying to project positivity, he's trying to project faith, he's trying to project, we might be able to do this. Then you have somebody coming right beside him and snaking and saying, well, you might not be able to succeed, basically. You might not be able to work. You might not be able to do what you want to do. You might not be able to. And the might not is a negative downfall in which we don't need to feed. We don't need to eat and feed what we may not be able to do. What we do need to focus on is what we can do at this moment of time. Because God is about now.
Right, good point. All right, Autumn, give me your take. You know, when I met you, Autumn, I asked you if you're interested in biblical prophecies as far as news headlines. You know, you remember I asked you that?
I think I don't get that question a lot, but I think I did. I think I do remember that. I do think I do. I will say I think a lot of things are very much fulfilling, and they've already been, you know, the story's already been told in many ways. When I think about people talking about climate change, I mean, I think that's biblical things. I mean, we've never been able to throw money at Mother Nature, if you even want to go there, and tell
Right.
her not to let it rain on my picnic or on that wedding day.
Right.
Why would we all of a sudden be able to change that at this time? We can't get a 5-day forecast accurate.
Period.
But they want you to throw money. It's a tax.
And you're
It's
right.
a global tax. And I'm going to tell you something else that I think this, and I've gotten off the biblical stuff already.
You're okay. You're good.
But I'm telling you, my other thing is, and I hate people call me tin hat wearer, whatever. Let me get the foil ready. Let me get the foil ready. But I will also say that most of the world hates the U.S. because it's somebody was actually standing up for it. I can even go back less than 6 months ago. They had this whole climate change forum, totally straw man to demonize all-purpose devil as President Trump because he pulled us out of the Paris Agreement.
Right.
The thing is, well, look at here. Now we're in a financial downturn. So I figure, they're thinking, well, if we can't have any of your money, your people are not even going to have it. You're not even going to have it. If you don't share, if you don't, call trying to come in. I thought I'd stop this mess. Sorry, guys.
You're good.
But I think that it's just a little bit auspicious that all of this stuff is going on. We've never seen this before. And I'm going to be honest, the bets are off. I'm not even going the bipartisan kind of deal at all.
No, heck no.
I'm telling you, everybody is suspect. I mean,
pretty much.
I don't know who you are. You're in the tank. You just got a raise. You just got a $25 million raise and threw me some crumbs.
Right.
So what do I think about party lines right now? I'm thinking all that stuff is obsolete. And I think a lot of people, whether you come from the conservative side or whatever, a lot of people talk about President Trump as if he was a savior, as if he could save us all. But I don't know, we got to save ourselves.
Let's say it again.
There's only one God, and I'm sorry, he's not it.
Well, the only way to do that is a revolution, a real revolution, We can't just sit here and talk about it. I mean, people got to act.
Look, we're already not handling this situation the way they did, 300 years ago? I mean, am I wrong?
You are, but so many people are, you talked about it many times, they're just blind. They're just, as long as they had their cars to drive, their cell phones, they paid none of it politics. They paid none of it any mind. So many. And Autumn, I forget, how old are you?
Oh, I'm getting ready to knock down the edge over the hill.
You don't have to tell me, but it's the younger generation. You know what I mean? That concerns me. And it concerned me even when I was in school. I'm like, oh my God, someday these idiots are going to be running the country. Just saying, I'm being truthful,
I know. That.
Speaking of which, they definitely did prop up a young lady to speak on the exact topic you're talking about.
Yeah, and these they're like communists, these younger generation, Antifa and all that. You both know that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah, they're totally conditioned. It's been a soft conditioning.
Right.
And now, like colleges, that's all they do. Like, I told somebody that I had a procedure or something like a few months ago. Oh, well, I'm glad you had a good procedure because women, I'm like, wait a minute, you're a man. What can you tell me about being a woman?
I can't say nothing because I'm not a woman.
How can you tell me about what kind of experiences women have at a doctor? All of a sudden, who talks like that? What man? What soft handshake leading from the rear man talks about that?
Joe Biden can tell you. Joe Biden will tell you.
There you go. He might forget.
Say that. You knew I was going to say that. You set me up.
Look, hey, I think it's time for a JLP. What do you call that?
I can't see your hand. What are you doing?
We got the beta generation. Like,
beta.
What happened?
There you go.
Yeah, it's concerning. Should I say scary or concerning?
I mean, there's no real. I mean, okay, you handle the man stuff, and I'll stay in the woman's department. But I don't need you. I don't need you to defend. How are you defending something? You don't even know what I went for. I didn't tell you anything. I ain't going. You don't even know if I got my eyebrows done or, what do you know? Like the kids can't even read a fairy tale anymore without putting on those rose glasses and looking for disparities. Well, let me see if she's got dark skin or not.
Right.
If she's living in the right neighborhood. Let me see if she's, they cannot read. You got a whole Marxist propaganda culture, and they cannot do anything. They can't get past that. So how are they educated? They're not. You're telling them how to think. These kids are not thinkers.
Well, I have a question I got to ask you.
Yeah.
And I hope it's not out of line. But as a black person, 2 on the panel, I have to ask you, do you not see through Joe Biden? The racist?
Yes,
that way?
like
100%. They actually have recordings of things he said when he was younger, that if Trump said, he would be indicted. And they actually put that on reports.
But let me tell you,
things specifically about us. Back when he was younger, when he was more confident, but he was groomed like that. I think he was groomed,
Yeah, I love it.
And it might also
the poor kids aren't like white kids, I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah, that wasn't racist.
Right. It might also be low IQ, so he just goes with it. He wants to be a part of the club, but
do you two, as 2 black individuals, and I hope I'm not offending anybody.
No, I'm fine.
Not at all. No.
Do you feel that you all you see through it? Please tell me you do.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'm on the same page. I'm like, this guy's disgusting. He's disgusting.
I would never vote for Joe. I wouldn't vote for Joe Biden.
I literally asked my family, don't vote for an old man like that with dementia that can't even make a sentence make sense. Please.
God, Autumn, you got somebody that's paying attention on your show. I love it.
Well, I think he came in locked and loaded. But I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that in order to understand what you got, a lot of people that are still praising the former president. Like
Obama.
They're waking up to calendars for 2020 with all of his pictures and of him and his wife, and it's just, I'm telling you, propaganda. I'm telling you the I don't want to call it the spell is the spell is real. The indoctrination is real.
It really is.
The whole thing about anybody that has. The man had a global mandate. His presidency had nothing to do with advancing people that happened to be black or of African descent. Had nothing to do. And people keep talking about a coalition. And yeah, he had coalitions, all right, but they weren't on this soil.
They weren't all what?
They weren't on this soil. There might have been a coalition or an Obama coalition, but it had nothing to do with. It had nothing to do with, with bringing black people to a different, awareness or economic, status or it wasn't about that. In fact, he corrected them when they started asking him about him being the black president. He said he was going to be the president for everybody. He cleared that up right away.
He actually, not even just president of everybody. I remember the speech, and I actually watch it frequently. This is a term that they use, and this is the globalist agenda right here. He used the words, "I am a part of the government of the world." What is the government of the world?
I think it's a pipe dream, or maybe it's a reality but
I mean,
and these times with this virus and this economy, if things are ever going to change here, it's now, like in the next year or two, And it's a shame that we have an election coming, because all this atrocity would be so much better if Trump just got in office. You know what I mean? Like, for watching it play out. but we got an election coming that is like, to me, it kind of feels dangerous.
I'm
You know
just,
what I mean?
Right.
you know, it's funny you're talking about that because I'm just thinking, I've been saying for months,
Right.
for about a year, are we going to make it? Now, when I said that, I don't know where it was coming from. When I said, are we going to make it to November? Because I'm like,
Right.
that box feels so far.
Right.
It has, and to me, do we feel any closer to it right now? No.
No. And I know Joe Biden is not going to beat Trump. I'm pretty confident in that.
Pretty much.
Bernie Sanders might stand a chance because I know he could get the younger voters. And guys, don't judge me. I'm just saying how I feel. I
Younger
really
voters
do.
are more socialist. So you make a good point.
Yeah.
Hang on just for a minute, guys. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'll be
Cool.
right back. Don't leave town.
All right.
Wait, did I bore you, Autumn?
Don't leave town.
You
But
got
yeah,
a good point.
the younger people, and of course, I was young once, so were you. We didn't know politics. We didn't know
Right.
shit.
At
you know?
all. At all. Political
We
science,
didn't,
not in
we
our
didn't
school.
even care. Did we care when we were 16 years
No,
old?
we were doing what we wanted to do. That was the last thing we cared about. And we said it openly.
Right. And these kids today, when you say free,
They run.
whether you're a kid or not,
They
people
run.
love it. People love hearing
Free.
free.
And free stuff. New thing
Yeah.
now in this last 2 years has been promoting free stuff. And it's for some reason it keeps catching on to people who don't recognize. Even my great grandfather told me before he passed away, he said, beware of strangers bearing gifts. That tells me that right there. You're giving me something for nothing, but you're not telling me I'm gonna have to pay on the back end.
Right. Yep.
So
Yeah,
it's 22.
I forget the saying, the quote from an early president. Forgive me, but it says like, how much of your liberties will you sacrifice for your freedom?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Or vice versa. How much of your freedoms will you sacrifice for liberties? Or how the government says will protect you and give
And you
yourself
start giving up your freedoms immediately.
Right. Exactly. And I think we're real tipping on that edge with this epidemic,
Yeah,
pandemic.
we are. We're getting the first small pinch of socialism. It's just a pinch. It's just a pinch.
Right.
Shut down your business. We have guards outside. Police can fine you $800 if you don't go home by 10 o'clock. If you're not at an essential place, we can question you, stop your car, we can do what we want. And I'm in law enforcement. So there's only so much that I approve of. Because I protect the
I hear
Constitution,
you there.
not protect people's rights.
Well, if like I heard somebody that wasn't even that's not even that. Well, maybe she's like she became a citizen of the country maybe a few years ago, and she was just talking about the amount of things that she was seeing. That she came here, I think, from like China, so like 20 years or 25, 30 years ago. And she asked back then, over a year or two ago, that I saw this interview, was this America? Now, would you ask yourself that right now?
I hear you. I know what you're getting at.
We typically
They
don't.
come over and they say we're headed down the same path. Am I right?
Coming out.
All is well. All is well.
But but I'm saying, like, we never but I'm just saying, but it's under the guise of, I'm just thinking, by the time they lift the sheet, by the time they lift the tarp, they've renovated the place. It's not the same. You know what I mean? We step out of these doors back to what we think is returning. Are we actually returning back to what was? Like, there's a prayer or something. Don't laugh at me, but they were saying it at the very end of the Titanic. It was the priest was there, and he was holding the people tight, and No longer shall they weep. No longer there will be no more pain, no more pain. There will be no more weeping. It feels like we're at the end of something and we're about to step into something else. We'll be in a new we'll be in
Yeah,
a new
definitely.
world when we step out again.
Yeah,
Well,
preparation.
that's why I asked you
Preparation.
my first question when I got it in your chat.
Mhm.
What do you feel the time frame is? You both you can give me an answer one at a time. The time frame on, let's say, just to the virus. You know,
Do you mean the times on this virus?
how long are we going to go through this virus? You got an idea?
Um,
Not wishful thinking. Don't give me wishful thinking.
I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I don't
Right.
think it's gonna be anytime soon. Because
Me
I'm
neither.
telling you,
Mainly because if you go off a logical mathematical standpoint based on the rising of testing, the prediction is already said that the slope is going to go up because we're getting more testing and it's already happening right now. So if you go off of right now and they're pinpointing it, then even people they're trying to do a finger prick test where if you already caught the virus, killed the virus, and caught antibodies, they're trying to use our blood
to fight it.
The virus. So they're still going to use our numbers. They're still going to use our numbers saying that we had the virus, even if we killed it. And that's threatening because if I killed the virus and I'm helping people to cure the virus with my blood, I shouldn't be counted with the group that actually has the virus necessarily because I'm not dying. I have no symptoms. It's not going to come back. I'm not going to get reinfected, and my body's built an immune system to it.
Interesting. Go ahead, Autumn.
I don't want it. I mean, my thing is here, let me put my hat back on. Do you see it? You know that thing about people were all going so crazy about it like a few years ago. Oh, look at me. I did my DNA and I found out I'm 3/4 of a Happy Meal and 1/4 of a Whopper and 1/4 of a taco and a chalupa on one side.
Right.
There was 23 chromosomes. There was that.
I'm hearing you. I'll be
23 in me.
23 in me. I never did that. I was tempted to do it, but I started thinking about the whole cloning. I was going into another dimension. Hi, Cooking in the Mo. Aw, it's nice to see you. We got 3 people here. Anybody that drops in, let me just introduce. We've got
Who's that?
DJ Vision Barnett up to my left, to my right, left.
Other side.
And we have about time. We have about time. We all should have something to drink and go cheers or whatever.
Yeah,
but
Cheers.
Cheers. The quarantine party here on a Sunday. But yeah, welcome into Black Spring Live. And where were we? Oh, I never did that whole DNA thing. And I'm thinking I haven't given blood in a while. I'm thinking I'm not going to because I don't want to be some type of, I don't want to be a clone, or I don't want to be, I'm just saying, like, to me, things are just getting a little bit wonky where I don't want to trust.
The funny thing about what you just said was, the funny thing about that is the company that owns 23andMe actually is the biggest organization that owns all the samples of DNA on the planet.
Yikes.
I thought he was going to say Bill Gates. It probably is Bill Gates. Right?
Close, because he did go to Alaska, and he was part of a big conglomeration of getting information for DNA. We called it the new quote unquote Noah's Ark. So when we test for our DNA, they save these in databases, and it's a gigantic warehouse. And in these gigantic warehouses, they call it the new Noah's Ark, mainly because if they had to jumpstart a new civilization, they have all of us.
Oh my God, no.
So if we're dead, if us three are dead, they could just program. They could just put out another one in a petri dish. I
You
mean,
say 3 more of us will pop up.
you know.
Yeah, right. I
So-
agree. I agree. I don't like it
Yeah.
either. I don't like that kind of science. I really don't.
Yeah, so to me, I actually found out my DNA by using my names that I was given. You use your last names, you use your surnames, last names. You follow your last names to the origin of where your last name started when they hit the country that you are at that moment. And then it'll tell you, you can just look that up. It's on it's you can get your information on your own genetic lineage without any genealogy by using your last name on ancestry.com.
Can you and don't take me as a racist or anything stupid.
No problem.
I'm not familiar with anything, but being as a black man, can you trace it back to outside of the country?
Yes, I'm several different ethnicities. So the Joneses came from England. That's one part of my ancestry. The Barnetts come from Jamaica. Also, they come from Barnetts with the E at the end come from France. When you take the E off, they were traded. When you take the E off, that means you don't want to be recognized as French. That's how they do language.
Okay, I got it.
So
Yeah, and guys, you're not offended by my questions, are you?
no problem. No problem.
Listen, I'm not an egg. I'm not a Fabergé egg, so you can
Right.
handle me without.
Right, but we're not fragile. We're not fragile.
Yeah, because I don't know. I never tried my DNA. I
My ancestry is so rich. I can literally show you a Bible that's at least over 100 years old. Let me show you.
Nice. All right.
See, he knows his stuff, but I don't.
Well, good. You know what?
God.
Autumn.
Here we go.
Oh wow, that's huge.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's beautiful. Very
This
beautiful.
Bible is literally worth over $1,000 and you
I
want
was gonna say, I used to go to antique auctions and
exactly.
something like that. You pay good money for it.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
Does it have writing in there from the family?
It definitely does. It definitely shows you names.
Hang
It
on,
shows you
guys.
narratives.
I got a couple of shout outs for you. Diana Rose Gabiana. Hello, beautiful Diana Rose Gabiana. And we have Cooking Inamo is here. She's shouting you guys out.
Adam Rose, hello.
Everybody came in for I didn't call this one the moonlighting with Black Spring, but it was just kind of random. So I just said, oh, let me see if anybody's out there. But we can't go to a restaurant, we can't go to a bar, but we can come to the live stream.
Right on. Yeah, my neighbor was here and he left and I got on YouTube. That's how I seen you. That's why I was late.
Oh yeah, it's cool. But yeah, I kind of want to go back to the original part of your question about the biblical kind of.
Getting biblical.
I've been begging you to go there, Autumn. Been begging you to go there.
By the way, this Bible came from 1874.
Now I could go something. My dad used to say my dad passed away in January, so it's a soft spot for me. It's going to be for a while. But
Right.
my dad used to say, he used to say it regularly. He would say the Bible is fulfilling, is what he would say. And I'm like, Dad, you used to say it all the time. And I'm just thinking, I believe that it is in many ways, but I would never say dates and times or anything. But I do believe that we don't actually learn from history. And many people deal with America kind of ahistorically because they don't think things that have happened in other governments or countries can actually happen here. We're still a relatively young nation compared to the
Right.
other.
What are we, 300 years old, whatever?
Right.
Yeah, so everybody else is already
1776, baby.
so everybody else has already kind of had their whatever, you know. I mean, somebody was even saying, I was watching something earlier. I was watching a pastor, not actually my pastor, but he was saying, he was like, yeah, well, you know what? They have deployed these guards because the shit's gonna hit the fan and there's more shit coming.
Right.
Because I'm just telling you, I think people are gonna get squirrely. You know, you just extended this thing to the end of another month. There's already a rise in car tire slashings around here.
Not even just
mail-
car slashings. People are destroying anybody's car randomly in my location. I'm just
Wait, I don't get it. Why? Is there a reason?
It was on my app. It was on my app, the things that were going on in the area.
I gotta find that also.
And then also the mailbox. They said somebody was ransacking mailboxes Friday and Saturday night. So I'm like, oh, I guess I better go out there and make sure I empty the box and don't leave anything out there, you know. But I can't imagine what they would be looking for, because if I'm not mistaken, now you guys can fact check me all day if you want, but I did hear that these checks that they're talking, these payments that they're sending out, aren't those coming via direct deposit?
I haven't found out recently, but
Yeah, I'm not sure.
that was like a fear thing. But I honestly believe it's going to be checks, but I did not research the final outcome on that.
Uh-huh.
Matter of fact, today coming up tomorrow will be the 15th day of the
As a matter of fact,
social separation. So tomorrow, depending on these numbers, we're at like 125,000 cases, right? Well, tomorrow's the 15th day, and President Trump's got to make another decision. He was talking about quarantining militarily, you know, like martial law, New York, Jersey, and Connecticut. But then it sounds like he's backing down from that, hoping people will do it on their own.
right.
And you know, some of us will do it on our own, but most won't. You know what I mean? Or some will.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, I mean, you always, there's a shortage to me of law enforcement anyway. There's already a shortage. So you better do everything that you can do for yourself, including, you know, not only securing your home, but also be vigilant and mindful about when you're going out and your curfew. And, you know, you might have your own curfew depending on where you live.
10 p.m.
I mean, my neighbors are older, so I said I was going to just kind of start checking in on them at least a couple of times a week, just as a courtesy, because you never know, because, you know, we're all living in separate homes, but you can at least, maybe I can look out over there if you have to go someplace and vice versa, you know, because I mean, honestly, we're in this together to a great extent.
Right.
And,
for now, until it gets real ugly, then everybody's
pretty much.
Well, because some people have there's some kind of theory, some hearsay that I went out, and unfortunately, I'm telling DJ that I'm doing a lot of hearsay, because even my little you know, so my little conservative sources or whatever are being scrubbed. You know, I can't even. It's almost like they're not even there. It's like they wiped them. I can't even get. I don't go to PBS or Wall Street Journal. I don't go to.
Thank you. Exactly.
Well, Autumn, the link I sent you, his name is like Karina something, and I explained to you. He started talking about ramen noodles, so that he doesn't get what do you call it, blocked, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna be like, oh, I'm not watching this, but watch him. He is really informative about this COVID, very.
Well, I'll certainly look it up. I mean, I kind of got behind like the last 2-3 days. Yeah, I got a little bit behind, but I'm telling you, there's like so much. It's like there's so much stuff coming out, and there was so much bickering, and you know, it was like, I'm missing stuff. I normally I normally would not be. I'm just starting to feel like, where did I come up with, where do I get my sources from? Like, I just,
Right. Well, think about it. Right now, me and you would only be focused on going to work, supporting whatever, and the election. But now it's like this virus, these wars, these what do you call them? Immigrants over in Turkey, Syria, like earthquakes, like it's like everything all at once. Locusts in Africa. It's like wow, like beyond wow. So that's why you can't keep up.
yeah, it's a lot. You're right. We're getting stormed, a little swamped with things, but I mean, I usually just kind of pick some. I usually try to stay grounded with something, but like I said, they're squashing it all. They're squashing. They're squashing a lowest common denominator, which I would call Fox News in this case. Because
Oh yeah.
Chris Wallace,
Oh, yeah.
his interview, I'm like, wow, I guess are you working for CBS or?
Oh yeah. MSCBN is for against Trump and Fox is for Trump. It's pathetic, man. It's sickening. It's so sickening.
But I tell you what, I think it's the control deal. I think that they want to wind it down to where they're controlling what we're getting to see. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like
Literally, it's the very first
Absolutely.
touch of socialism. We never experienced this before on all of our platforms, from regular outlets of news to us. We're all getting shut down, and then you have to have a president actually sign a bill saying that certain things that people talk about are essential: firearms, protecting your families, medical advice, even if it's outside of the country. Like, come on, you shouldn't have to sign a bill to make essential things that we all know are essential mandated. It should already be open to the public.
Are you touching on Pelosi trying to add all that bull?
Yeah.
Oh my
There you
God.
go. You're with me. She tried to sneak all that mess in there as it was stupid.
They're going to be doing another package real soon. This
No, I know it. They're already working on it. They're already working on it.
And the thing about it is,
they said it's not enough money.
Nancy, the thing about it is with her, she shows you her loyalties and she tips her hat to somebody that is a globalist. Pope Francis. He's like an SJW. She's tipping her hat to him.
May the Pope.
Yeah, she's tipping her hat to him, and then she goes into how prayerful and how she is, and then but then think big, and it's a lot. That first bill, the one that she came out with, was it was 1,400 pages. I think this last one was like 800 pages. I'm just thinking, nobody's reading this stuff. They don't know what's in it.
No.
I usually say you're wrong, but I agree with you. Like, really?
They don't. I mean, they're not reading it, but then it's actually, who's actually responsible for all of this debt? It's generational.
All of us.
They're
gonna force the debt on all of us.
And you know what? I may not be the perfect president and have all the answers, but I would definitely get that debt under control. You might have to sacrifice for a year or two, but you could pull it under control. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Well, I'm just wondering, because she did say, she's already, because Cuomo came out saying that it wasn't enough money and that they failed. And I'm like,
exactly.
You and Newsom you basically have, California is pretty bad off, but then they also didn't handle, you don't even handle your homeless crisis. You got almost 110,000 homeless in the state. But
California,
but then you wonder how possibly could you have a pandemic? When
None of them has corona already.
You had something downtown LA. You had something of typhoid a threat of a disease coming back that they hadn't seen in many years because of the squalor and the excrement that they were living in down there.
They're eating their own poo, as old school would say.
Right.
Their own poo.
Well, Autumn, you know me now. I don't promote other people's channels for like BS, but that Karina dude, you got to check him out because on this virus and all, he's really into it. And then there's another one I want to tell you, Israeli News Live. You ever heard of them?
You said Israeli News Live?
Israeli News Live.
Yeah. I've been following them for like over 10 years now, and I get news before you get it by a week. I know it before you know it. As an American, just the average American. He's very heads up, man. He gets that news to you early. And if he doesn't know it's not confirmed, he'll tell you. He'll be like, yo, I just heard they attacked Iraq. He's like, but I can't validate it yet. But I'm like, is no. And sure enough, 90-some% of the time, he's right. You know what I mean? For years, for like 12 years, 10, 12 years.
And that's IsraeliNews.com.
Yeah, I'll send you a link.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Israeli News Live.
Wow, I have no problem because I will tell you in Europe that you can hardly find everything like you can hardly find any news, unbiased news. It's all globalist too. Like everybody's get Trump, storm it down.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
also with the Iran and Korea and all their internet is shut down because I know I've been since you met me, I told you I've followed world politics my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And I get news every day. Well, guess what? For like a week, 2 weeks, I'm getting nothing. And every time I'm getting nothing, something big is about to happen.
Is that right?
I mean? It's a fact, for real. And I think, because now nobody can travel, so you don't have so many reporters getting into wars and all the bull. Everybody's coronavirus right now. Call it distraction or not, I'm not saying it really is that, but it is. Everybody's only focused on that. There could be like a major war going on right now or extermination of anywhere. Follow me and nobody's going to know. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I appreciate you for sharing that. Yeah, because I would feel a little bit more whole, if I could have, at least not be just digging for stuff. I mean, I do have a source that I'm always going to get.
Yeah, we all find, when this guy, Israeli News Live, Steve Bannon is his name. Like I said, 10, 12 years, he's been reliable. He has been wrong, but like 2% of the time. You know what I mean? And he'll tell you, if he's not confirmed it, he'll say, hey, I got this information. Here it is. It's not confirmed yet. So, and I tell people about the news or that he gave me or whatever, and they're like, oh, yeah, whatever. And a week later, America finds out about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, wow, I knew that a week ago.
That sounds like a good one.
Yeah, my dad even told me, I was telling him about different things. And he's like, you really got to watch what you're listening to and believe in people. I'm like, no, I've been researching this stuff for years. You have reliable sources and you have people you just don't know. You know what I mean?
Right. So you said you'll send me the link for it. Okay. I'll wait.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. He's got a backup channel too. And he's in Florida, but he's does Israeli news like Yahoo and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Middle East, the wars, Turkey, like he's got connections over there. And you'll watch a video of his on you remember when President Trump took out Soleimani?
Yeah.
Yep.
Soleimani. He's got pictures of some nice BS that it points to it wasn't America took him out, it was Israel, but America had to take the blame. Follow me? If you're familiar with Israel, I think you follow.
Yeah, I'm tracking.
But I'll
Yeah.
send you the link and you can watch some of the
Yeah,
stuff,
well, you know, and that's what I did. Like I said, I don't mean to like. I opened another account because I had like there's a whole bunch of accounts on my computer, and there's a couple of them that I don't go into, and it's not my main one. So sometimes stuff kind of gets, like, oh, I need to go into that one and check. But yeah, but for sure, because I'm starving for truth and sources. I really didn't think I would get to, but like as I was telling DJ, earlier, I'm like, and I was telling you, like, I had no idea how we were going to approach 6 months going into this election. But like, I'm just thinking, are we leaving our homes?
Right. In my mind, I'm thinking they
I'll
might.
be right back. I can hear you guys. I'll be right back, but I can hear you.
All right. In my mind, I'm thinking they may let that be a exception with limits. Heavy limits.
I think that's the source of civil. I think DJ. I do not think people. I'm thinking it's probably that all heck will break loose.
In my mind, it's going to be close to physical fighting at the polls, and it's going to be the first time we ever see it. But that's how I see it. I'm sorry, but that's just how I see it. Based on the build up of
all of this. Look at this. It's like
staying at home, being uneased, and then you merge staying at home and being uneased to now we have to go out and do political things, which some people are more emotional than logical. The emotions will strike at the polls, let alone being restricted by your government and state officials. So that'll really hurt you. That'll really chime people's bells, make people, uneasy. They'll get up in arms about restrictions at the polls. Even if it's restrictions based on 50 at a time, less than 50 at a time, crowd control, 6 foot distancing,
oh my God.
If you don't have a mask or gloves, you can't whatever. I don't even want to go there, but I feel it and I see it. I just see it, I see it.
Dear God. Did you guys see that girl lick the toilet?
Oh, she has corona.
What is wrong with these kids today, man?
And she has corona. She tested positive.
You know what?
They do anything for clout.
Here again, I think we're going back into. I guess I don't even know if I would say biblical. I think people are really. I think people are on the other side of the. You got people that are kind of going that are going closer to their faith, and then you got those that are on that other side. I think we got a lot of soldiers on that side.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Those people are the ones
fighting against the grain. They're just fighting against the grain.
Stay away from them. Like I think there's a lot of demonic, dark souls that want to turn this place into a prison planet.
I agree.
Oh, yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
I mean, like but look at them. You can see it in them. Like they're all lost. They're so lost. Yeah, I mean,
and as I said, I don't know what age I was when I woke up, I guess to say, but I was following in high school, I guess, the Middle East, the wars, Libya, and all that. So I had to know everything about the Middle East, like everything that I guess you can know. And of course, as years go by, you look back and you find out that was all BS. They lied to me, and now I found out the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
I just, I don't mean, the last time I taught in a classroom, I taught some adjunct in a college, and the kids were just, you could tell it was different. Every year the kids were noticeably different every year because for one, you had the cell phones. I said, okay, if you take
Oh, yeah.
the call, you step outside of the room, but don't come back. Don't you answer one call, but
What
don't.
age group? What age group? Do you say college?
These were college kids. I said,
Wow. Yeah.
you can take one call outside, but then when you come back, you cannot take another call and come back in and out because we were in a room,
Uncourtesy
kind of
call.
like a bowl. We were kind of in a bowl. I never restricted them. I never said I don't want to see any phones. But then they got out of control. You know, they're showing each other stuff on the phone, not paying attention to the lecture. And then when they get a grade, oh, wow, I showed up every day. You weren't there every day. And when you came, you were on the phone. And
They
you
were here every day.
Right.
They were on these every day. That's where they were.
Yeah. Hey,
They were.
could
They
you
were.
imagine
They
if we had this technology when we were in school?
were
You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely.
I had a phone when I was in school, and I just didn't care about it because I literally
Wait,
was.
are you that much younger than me?
Yes, I am.
you're a little bit younger than me because I didn't get a phone.
Yes, I am.
I got a
Right.
phone back in. Oh my God, I got that phone back in like in the 90s, like the late 90s.
My first
And
phone.
Oh my God.
My first phone was a
I was in the
Razor.
era when I got out of school, we got pagers.
Yeah, my first phone was a Razor.
A Razor. See,
Yep.
that was nice. That was a step up from what I had. But then it was just a little prepaid thing. It wasn't something that people weren't codependent on phones then. And also people knew
No.
phone numbers. People knew phone numbers back in
My
the day.
I know
brain. My
nobody's phone number
brain.
today. Without my cell phone, I'm done. I'm done.
Exactly. Exactly. He killed
I
my
just
memory
had a
that
cell
much.
phone die on me. It wouldn't start up, wouldn't come on. I lost everything, like pictures, the whole 9 yards. And I was like,
Yeah.
Codependency.
yeah.
You can't, I mean, like I said, but then when you think about how much stuff is actually in your phone, it's not, I know my number.
Right.
Hold on.
I got one of the easiest
swear to
numbers in the
God,
book.
I don't know the first 3 digits of my cell phone number. Swear to God. I have no idea what it is. I tell people to call me or message me, and I got their number or contact. People ask me for my number, and I'm like, I have no idea, dude.
Well, okay. Well, with that said, yeah. Well, what do you guys think about? What do you think we're going to technology? I mean, when we come out of our homes.
Oh, I can pretty much tell you, mainly because when I was on Old School Wolf, on his show, we were talking about we were talking with one of the guys that actually has a residence in Wuhan. They were letting us know that the 5G came from there in the first place. So this 5G is the latest technological transfer. So if that's the latest technological transfer, and every time we have a technological transfer, we have a quote unquote pandemic or something similar to it anyway.
Is that right?
It's just open information for us to actually research and self-check. See if I'm wrong. Don't believe me on nothing, just research it.
No, exactly. Hey, none of us have the answers. If
Right.
we all knew, it'd be public knowledge,
Right. So
I heard a crazy rumor about 5G.
right. And a lot of people who actually work for these companies, because I actually do security for Metro PCS, and they promote 5G. I have to know some of this information, from the workers. I asked them specifically. They tell me it's like experimental. We never touched it. We never dealt with it. They started it in China first. They started in Wuhan first. They built it, started it, and it's basically, when it comes to 5G, it's facial recognition technology paired with government technology paired with your cell phones, your laptops, your iPads.
No privacy. Your whole life is
you
right
gave it.
there.
You gave it up. you gave it up because fear. So once
Well,
you know,
you supposed to, let me interrupt you, DJ.
sure.
On the 5G, and I'll let you go afterwards. But are you both aware that America had a war against the company in China? His name started with an N. The 5G originator company in China was in Wuhan, and America was in war with him. Are you aware of that?
No,
Yes,
no.
I actually made a post on that today. I'm trying to go back to it. I'm trying
So,
to find that
DJ,
post.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It was
Yeah,
a whole.
man had a company, and he invented 5G, and his company was doing great. And America put sanctions on him. We played with him, and he's like, "All right, it's harmless. There's no harm done." He's like, "But America's only giving me more publicity. You know."
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I think I don't know if I know. Does his name start with a? Does it start with an
I
N
think
or?
it's an N, like Nehea or something like that. DJ, you remember the name?
Well, you know what?
I was trying to
This
find
is
it
my thing about
right
all
now.
of that is, you know, okay, people you can talk about, we can talk about benefits, but we can also talk about human nature and people using things for evil and for and not for good.
Oh, yeah.
Because you know, okay, the millennials, of course, they're easily turned by things that are expedient, things that are fast, things that are accessible, things that are, you know, they give them instant gratification. That's another thing about this generation. They want instant gratification. They are all for these kinds of things. Okay. But then somebody like me, I'm concerned about whether it's a millimeter of wave radiation that's going through my body, or whether it's electromagnetics going through my body, and do I need to buy electromagnetic anti-radiation undergarments just so I can save myself.
Oh, well, I actually don't blame you, and I literally had the top doctor of Bowie Medical Hospital tell me that number one, she told me that once she reviewed me from MRIs and scans, I was already exposed to what she literally said these words. She said, continuous radiation exposure. Continuous. Which means computer, phone, outside. When you go outside and you see these big towers, they're projecting your 5G to your phone so it can pick it up faster.
Here, let me show you how much of a tech tart I am. I'm new to YouTube.
You said a
I'm new
tech
to the
part?
internet. There's my TV, right? There's my TV.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yep.
Where's the plug at? Can you guys see this?
Yep. I unplugged it. You unplugged it so it doesn't project anything.
No, I don't watch TV. That TV's been unplugged for 2 years.
Wow.
I don't watch TV, man.
Wow. And the funny thing is, every single person in my great grandfather's generation that was born in the city died first. All the siblings died first who were born in the city. All the siblings who were born in the country died last. And they lived to at least up to 100 years. Literally. That tells you what happens to your body and how we fight these things. Just nature.
Yeah. Well, that's a deep conversation there.
Just nature, you know.
That's true. I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, like, I don't know if I want to be, because it's just similar to what you said, because I mean, I'm also in aviation. So sometimes if you go in and take a test, they might say, well, for some reason you've got like you've got high levels of mercury, you've got some levels of something in your system, and how do I know how it got there? You know what I mean?
Right.
But I had a friend also who she was in the Air Force, and she used to do ultrasound. She used to do something with like an ultrasound type of device on airplanes, and she had memory loss. You know, you just don't know, what radiation will do.
It's funny because
Yeah,
when
we
I
don't know.
it's funny because last time I was getting X-rays and MRIs on my hip, the technician told me that if I'm getting these every single month for a whole year, 2 years, 3 years, wouldn't this do something to me? Something. And then he literally said these words: "The sun will emit more radiation than anything that any electronic device could ever do." Biggest laugh I heard in my life.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that one.
That's the biggest laugh I ever heard in my life. And the worst part about it is most people who keep going back find what's wrong because they can't see, so they get MRIs and X-rays. They get cancer from those devices alone, and they never had them. They never had cancer. They never had compromised immune system. They never had heavy exposure to radiation. I'm glad that at least the head doctor told me if I keep coming back for X-rays and MRIs, I will be affected. She openly told me because I complained to her that I would sue her. I told her I would sue her and the whole hospital because you're misdiagnosing me and you can't even tell me what's wrong with my body, but you keep giving me tests. This is the first example of exposure to basically I was a monkey at that point, you know? You're
Guinea pig.
playing with me.
Guinea pig.
Exactly. I'm a guinea pig. And even my own personal physician told me I was the only one who didn't get cancer out of all the other people who were complaining about the same symptoms under her care. So I need to keep continuing under my path so I don't end up like those guys because obviously I'm doing something right, you know. So, God exists in my eyes.
Right.
Well, you were shielded.
Exactly.
Well,
So yeah,
let me tell you. Go ahead, Autumn. Go ahead.
no, I was done.
All right, let me tell you two things that I can't confirm. I'll call them rumors, and tell me if you heard it and what you think. But two things: Wuhan had in China, Wuhan had the biological factory or whatever, and they think it maybe sneaked out or is a biological weapon. Okay, but Wuhan also, that's where that 5G technology was. And here's what I heard in whatever, and I'm not validating this. I have no idea. It's something I heard. It ran past my mind, something I heard. But they said that they forcefully vaccinated the people in Wuhan, gave them a needle, whatever, vaccination, and they put metals into their body, and the 5G attacked their body.
It's magnetic magnetic play. That's
It's something I heard. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hang on, one shake. Hi, American Life in the Philippines. She says, hello, you all.
American, how you doing?
Hey. Welcome.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm telling you, I just don't really I mean, what's the next thing, after I guess after 5G, you're gonna go something else,
6G is gonna be projection. We're going from facial recognition to 3D projections. That's the next stage.
No, what's going to happen, DJ, is if you act up, I'm going to throw you in the incinerator, and I'm going to bring your DNA up, and I'm going to make a new one.
Oh my God! We already have a new you in the back, but we're not telling you.
Yeah, right. Right. Go ahead, act up.
Okay, American Life in the Philippines says, all good, my friends. Thanks for coming in. we're just we're just I don't know. We're keeping our I don't know. We're keeping our spirits. We're keeping our spirits high.
Sanity.
Yes,
Sanity.
What do we can't beat? We got DJ Vision Barnett here. We got About Time. We got a nice fireplace in the background.
Oh, you can see that? Do you see the cat on the floor?
The cat? Is that the cat?
That's a
Can you
cat.
see it? That's my neighbor's cat. Passed out, laying on her back in front of the stove.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Hey, she's got it made.
It's not even my cat. That's what aggravates me. But she's a sweetheart. I was a dog person my whole life.
I guess
He moved away and left 3 cats behind, so I take care of them.
Oh.
This is the only one that comes in the house. I have no litter box. I train her like a dog. You're going outside. She goes to the door all the time. So litter boxes are fictional.
Well, cats are highly intelligent.
Heck yeah.
That's totally cool. Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm going to tell you, I think every week, I don't know. I can't really be honest. I can't really follow. I can't really watch the actual updates all the time on the Corona stuff because to me, it's like, oh my God, there's an update right now. There's an update right here. You're giving me updates on that, but I can't get any other news.
There's too much. But that Karina guy, whatever it's spelled, I sent you the link. Again, when you go to him, I left him. I was like, somebody sent me the link, and I was like, what is that BS? Ramen noodles. Anyway, he's pretty honest. He's nobody. He's like me and you on him. And
Okay.
he's nobody. But
We're grassroots.
I found the movie finally about the COVID-19 virus from 2 years ago. The Netflix series is called. It says Secret. I'm just gonna show you. Here you go. So you can look it up for yourself.
It's a viral series. Oh, My Secret. Okay, let me write it down.
yeah, say that out loud now because I can't really see it. My phone is so tiny.
My Secret Terrius. TERRIUS. My Secret Terrius.
And what was that about the virus?
Yes, 2 years ago.
Okay. Whoa.
A series 2 years ago.
I heard about it. Excuse me, guys.
No, you're good. But yeah, I'm just saying that I'm sure tomorrow I'll try to get back on the horse and see what is going on. To try to get some sources together. Start somewhere with that, and then see what because I'm sure
There you go. You actually got the clip. Wow.
코로나는 호흡기질환을 일으키는 대표적인 바이러스. 2015년 메르스 사태
that's the movie.
Yeah. It's actually a series.
There's one thing I beg you to do. I would do it if I could. I'm on a cell phone. I don't even know how to do co-host. I don't know how to bring up links like you do. You gotta do a Joe Biden like gaffe thing before the election, like the next 2 months. Like say 2 months.
I'll do it.
For me.
I will do it for sure because I was tempted to do it. But I'm like, because usually I'm going to be honest, when somebody sends me anything, I assume that it is content and I never want to take credit for releasing something that was not my actual finding. I always want to give it credit to the person that actually found it or who sent it to me. So I won't always release anything unless I say, hey, do you mind if I play this? On the play store.
I don't even know the rules. Like if it's on CNN or Fox News, you're allowed to replay it or no?
I'll give you the news on that because I just had one of my posts deleted about this specific about this. I did a StreamYard and YouTube on this specifically, and they told me I violated YouTube's laws and terms and conditions. So it could be based on production companies that sign in of their if it's on Netflix, it's actually a when you speak from certain platforms, Netflix, news outlets, they have a basically a virtual thing that actually tells the internet this is mine. So if they hear it, they pick up the virtual, and then through the computer, they'll already know that it's not mine, it's theirs.
Oh, really?
It's already copyrighted. It could be just like when you have to put in YouTube, if you're doing YouTube or Instagram Live, if you're playing music in the background, even if you're speaking over it, the fact that they pick up the music, the waves of the music.
Yeah, mine got shut down one night. I had my stereo on low in the background.
Exactly.
Real having fun. I was doing a live stream. Everyone's having fun. They like the song. I turn up. Next thing you know, I'm cranking it. I'm dancing. They shut me down quick and smack.
Exactly.
You know?
Even if you're making noise, it's still it's an algorithm that's already put out.
No,
Well, I'll tell you what, Autumn. If it is like a problem copyrighted, make it. I still want you to make it and send it to me. I'll put it on my channel. I want somebody to do it. I do it myself. I don't have that kind of technology.
so you're looking for the gift of gab from him, from
all his like statement stuff, all his crap, you know, his dementia, basically dementia, you know.
Yeah, I
It's
can.
switched on me. They switched on me.
Did you guys see the latest one? Him coughing in his hand, and
He was
the guy was like, "I'm coughing your arm."
He was coming undone on that one, and then I heard. I mean, I don't know how he lost his train of thought the last time he was trying to give a serious interview. You know, that's the one where they stand in front of the library of books and sit on perched on.
He literally gave up on the interview and said, "I don't think I need to talk anymore. I'm embarrassing myself."
Right.
There you go.
You know what's sad about it?
He knows that he has a problem.
People are behind him, but his family, I know they're all sick because it's about this. Because if that was my dad, stepdad, family member, I'd be like, "Yo, bro, come here."
Seriously?
You're not running my country.
Right. Seriously? You're going to put him up on the podium? He's sick, literally. In 6-7 months,
stuff in this
6-7 months he'll be in 6-7 months he'll be throwing this shit. Like
I think they're gonna pull him out or run him, counting on the VP being a woman, Warren or whoever.
Oh my God.
Right.
I'm just saying. So now you got a woman president, first one, right? That was never elected. That's not cool with me. That's not cool with me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Is that cool with you, Autumn?
No, not a stretch.
I didn't think so.
No. You know, I mean, it's just, but look at it just honestly. You know, I'm not saying that I'm not into identity politics. I'm not into identity politics, but I'm also not into, this whole cultural Marxism kind of a bit where they've just got to check all these boxes. Even all the women that they ran were weak representatives. You're not even
pathetic.
You're not a good House of Representative person. You're not a solid Senate representative. Like where do you get these people from? They have no geopolitical sense of anything, and they're up here talking about how they just had a woman and all your cares will be,
They get these people from their echo chambers of their fraternities and sororities. Anybody that says yes to the way they think, they lean toward that perspective. And they're groomed that way from the beginning as almost a brainwashing program, if not just straight up brainwashing program.
You nailed it. And Joe Biden is perfect for them because he is advisors. It would be everybody else running, not him. He won't be not making one decision. You know what I mean?
Even his team said he won't be doing the pushing. He'll just be doing the talking. So, I mean, at that point, how much talking do you think the old man is going to even want to do? He's not
He
even
can't
gonna
talk. He can't hold a 5-minute interview. Well, here is the best comedy relief we'll have. If he wins the nominee, I'm all for it. I don't care, Bernie Sanders or him. At least Bernie Sanders has a friggin' brain. Joe Biden,
even if he's crazy, at least he has a brain. God,
right? Joe Biden against Trump. Trump will destroy him.
Exactly. He was already ready. He had the communists. He had all that ready.
You guys.
Oh yeah. Everybody wanted Bernie, but Biden's like more of a joke. He has nothing.
Nothing. He's repeating, and the worst part is he's repeating things and forgetting what he's repeating. So at that point, he's like, "Yeah."
Yo, CJ, look, you coney-faced lion soldier. Let's go outside. I want your AR-14. Bingo. Period.
You want this one?
Autumn, we got to do this. Autumn. It's not only all this from the years and his lies from the past, and he just lied again in that interview. He was telling everybody he was a professor after he left Senate. No, you were a vice president for 8 years after the Senate, and you were never a professor. They gave him that title for the. You know what I mean? I don't have to explain that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he's telling everybody he was a professor. I'm like, oh my God, really?
Professor Biden, now.
It'll never work. It'll never work. But yeah, I tell you,
if you could get somebody with a lower IQ and dementia, or if you could get people listening to that guy, you can dumb the people down. And once you dumb the people down,
there are
anything that you push.
Go ahead, say it, Autumn. I know you're gonna
say. But I'm telling you, there are
all dumbed down.
But I'm telling you, if I could give any advice to Trump campaign, the places that need to be reached, the places that really need exposure to, that really need to hear some real history and some real truth, some party history, would be the Deep South. Those places are very much emotionally still segregated, and nobody goes down there except they going for Bloody Sunday to march across that bridge and hold hands together. You know, but the Democrats have no problem going down there. I'm just saying, with all the stuff, all the movements and stuff that, you know, you have Black Voices for Trump and this thing and that thing, but they're not getting to the guts.
Right, they're not getting to the
real guts. The HBC, don't just give the HBCUs money. Go in there and talk to those people like real people. Don't just give them a bunch of cash. I don't know if
they're actually at the HBCUs, they're being censored. They're just being censored.
Okay, but wait, on the HBCU, now somebody might try to fry me up and grill me or whatever. I'm telling you, the HBCUs are run like liberal cities.
Yes. Yeah, and if you don't agree with us,
get in there. Somebody needs to get in there and see what's going on, because that's where a lot of the HBCUs are. They still are. They're in the Deep South, and that's where a lot of the youth, that propaganda, that brainwashing system, this is generational, and you have to get in there. If you don't, anything that you do, there's a huge base. They think he's going to save Obama, the rest of Obamacare. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You're right.
Yeah, I don't fighting
them. Foreigners, especially Africans that don't understand politics and don't really watch anything or understand laws, love not Joe Biden. They love the other guy,
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. There we go. They actually, when I was at the store, he said, I'm voting for. He was Ethiopian, and his brother was Ethiopian. Both of them were voting for Bernie Sanders, and these are just the guys at your local convenience store. He told me he doesn't necessarily watch any news, or he doesn't know anything about it, but he thinks that he's the best, and that's it. That's the only standard. Even my family, they don't know enough, but all they know is my gang. He's the guy. That's it.
Right.
They don't know anything else.
They have no perspectives. They have no, and they don't have any exposure to
substance.
truth, or they don't know. The con is in their mind. That's all they know is the con, and
Right.
you know.
And I'll be the first to admit, Autumn, Bernie Sanders has some good ideas, some feel good ideas.
Feel good
reality
idea.
of it is no way.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because who's going to pay for it, Autumn? You're going to pay for it.
Well,
Exactly.
well, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, they don't have. Somebody made a comment about that a while back about that they didn't think that. I'm not saying Trump specifically. They said that the Republicans don't do a very good job in terms of, I guess, reaching out to the Black community. I tell you, they're doing more than they've ever done, and at that. I'm the type of teacher. I rarely give 100, because if you give a kid 100%, you tell them there's no room for you to grow. You can do better. You can actually, you'll stop doing if I max you out, you'll stop thinking. You know, if you not just master the material, but if it's on an artistic level, you know, there's some other shades you can play around with too. You know,
That's interesting because I grew up with it. You did, I did, we all did. But as I got older, you kind of forget about it. And in the society today, you see black and white couple, it's so much more acceptable. Like, it's all like, I feel like it's behind us, but I know it's really not. You know what I mean? So, as a Republican, Democrat, anybody, what is the fix? I mean, that'd be a whole hour debate, right?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, I think people, you know, if people don't know anything, you know, there's a whole generation of what do you got, the baby boomers or whatnot still hanging around, and they're still passing off. All it takes is one more generation to pass on the same stuff, and it just keeps going and going and going. And you know,
I'll be honest with you, and maybe you both can say the same, but I don't know. But from where I grew up, it was all white, and the elders, my father, blah, blah, blah. It was just, cannot stand blacks. And I was like, you know what? I'm growing up. I'm going to treat people how they treat me. I'm not going by somebody else's judgment. And that's how I brought myself up, you know? But the old school white folk, that's, I guess, what their parents put in them.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe black the same way. I don't know. I really don't know, because I didn't live in a black household.
Well, I can tell you from my family, specifically from, put it this way, my grandmother today. That's my grandmother. She's black. She's actually a lighter complexion of me. She said today, I hope Trump gets shot.
Oh wow!
Really?
So this is my question. I say, number one, I say that's evil and that's not Christian. That's the first thing I said.
There you go.
The first thing I said.
See,
I said that's not Christian. You taught me different values earlier.
but that's
you get emotionally stimulated when it comes to politics, and you change your morals based on who you like and your emotions. Your emotions do not drive your morals.
The thing about it is, most people, they don't have. If you ask people, many liberals, if you even ask them, like, what are your values, and they'll start naming off something. They'll name off Democrat talking points, but then you won't hear a policy. You know, you're
They don't know them. They don't know them. They don't even know They can't name one legislation or law or anything. Only thing they can name is something that the government gives them. That's the
I'll
thing
tell
that
you
they
what.
actually know.
Just so you both know, I'm albino, African American. Just saying. Being funny, guys. Being funny. But the politics, when they bring race into it, like Biden, like all of them, we want the black vote, we want the Puerto Rican vote, we want the immigrant vote. Like, dude, no, just be real, be
They
yourself.
said it today. They even said that today. They
It
said it
disgusts
today.
me. It better disgust you. You know what I mean? Am I that real that I see right through it? Because I was worried that people did not see through it. I'm like, Joe Biden is like, wow. Oh, let me get this black guy to stand on stage with me. Are you effing kidding me? Are you effing kidding me?
That's the
Yeah.
definition of token. That's what a token is.
Right.
They call me and Autumn tokens. To be honest, they call me and Autumn tokens right now. Only
Yeah.
because we support
They don't
Trump.
know anything else. They don't have like. I mean, they just don't have.
Isn't it this though? Isn't it this though for that man that stood on stage with him though? Isn't it a sellout? Am I wrong?
Exactly.
Am I wrong?
No, I mean,
No.
but I'm saying, you know, you have to not, you can't. The thing about it is, I've also seen other Black conservatives like be out on the street or doing an interview or something. They'll interview another Black person, and eventually, if they give them some real history, you know, they're totally like thrown off, and then you might even see some outrage, but then they'll go away, and then they'll come back for a little bit more. So it's almost like you got to give it to them in small doses.
Bits and pieces. Yes.
They'll come back for it, but you got to start. You got to give it to them. You know, they'll try to argue you down. They don't have any argument. It's all screaming and yelling and pulling their
Once
hair
they
out.
realize they don't have facts, they leave and come back.
Or they'll start calling you. If you get past the name calling, then they're coming back for it. Then there's a chance for you, you know, but a chance to talk to them. Like, just, do you want to have a conversation about this? Right. You know, like the other day I guess I had my first troll or whatever. I should have given him a crown or something. He says, oh, well, I said something about Thomas Massey or whatever. And he goes, well, Thomas Massey should stop giving TV interviews. It's not in the Constitution. Really, this whole video is BS. And then I came back and I said, you know, my response to him was something like, so your false equivalency about what's not in the Constitution makes you a constitutional scholar. And he hasn't come back with anything yet. Because I'm just thinking, okay, put your cards on the table and let's have an actual discussion. Come on here. You want to come on?
They don't want to have a discussion. They want to have a
run. You want to throw a rock and run.
Yes, and run. That's it. I want to say what I want to say, and I'm gone. That's it. I don't want to go back and forth because I don't want to face reality of two people having an intellectual.
Who can say something is just BS? That's all you got for me? Is it BS?
They got.
You know, that's all you got. So, but you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? I tell you what. I gave you a few crumbs. I gotta save some for the other trolls. Gotta go.
Nice. I like that one, Autumn. I like that one.
You know, like they said, my friend says, "Don't feed the trolls." Yeah, but I gotta give them something to see if they'll come back. You know,
as long as you can handle them or tolerate it, welcome them. You know what I mean?
Learn from Trump.
It only takes a few hundred subscribers to get a troll. So yeah, come on back. I got a few.
Doing something right. That just means you're doing something right in my book.
I got to tell you, I have not seen a troll on your channel, and I'll be right back, guys. I can hear you, so keep talking.
No problem.
And then somebody said something about, well, the car that you're driving, that you could be that a light could be shined in, or if they don't think you're driving it right, why would you drive a vehicle that's not yours? That was the other. I'm like,
man, good night.
Come on, is it really you're oversimplifying things. You know,
Yeah.
even in a nation of laws, you cannot predict equal outcomes. You cannot predict how much how whatever somebody might look. Well, if you don't have a license, a tag on the back of your car, yeah, you're going to get pulled over. But
Right.
if they pull me over, so what? If they thought I was a little bit off. But if they find out they were wrong, they're still going to let me go. And if they
Period.
don't, I can challenge it. So what? Why are you so defeated by somebody asking you a question? If you've done nothing wrong, you got nothing to be worried about.
Exactly. Exactly. And
Yeah.
that's actually a new point when it comes to law enforcement in the Black community. I should know, especially me, because all of my arrests were African American. I'm just saying. I've
I
yet.
heard that.
Yeah.
I got something to say to you when you're done.
give me 1 minute.
Right.
She wraps up.
So yeah.
Keep going.
Lately, I have seen more Caucasian people in my store stealing, but at the same token, that's the only thing they do. They don't physically try to threaten nothing, and they're actually more scared than any other ethnic group that I've seen. And
Right,
they'll
where you
literally
live? Where you live?
Go ahead.
Where you living? I forgot. You told me already.
Maryland, the DC, Maryland area.
Oh, okay, I'm not far from you. I had a place in Maryland. I worked in Maryland. I'm up in PA by the Pocono.
Oh, cool. Yep. So I get my ammo from VA, by the way. So
There you go.
ammo and magazines, baby.
Well, they're all selling out now. You can't even buy a gun anymore. They're sold out.
You can tell me that again. Everything's on back order right now.
Yeah. So go ahead, finish your what you were saying about police. I guess you know.
Yeah, man. So right now, when I'm working, doing my special police work, man, the only people I'm locking up right now, outraged African Americans based on number one, community, but not even just that, because I do have 1/3 of people that come to AutoZone in my automotive place where I secure the white. 1/3 white. And they come in there, but 1/3 of the white people steal. But the people that steal, they project they're scared that they literally joke. They literally make jokes about me shooting them. They say things like pow pow pow. Like they literally say this. They're like 3 weeks ago, it was a white guy with his white girlfriend, and they were high. They were on some drug. I can't even tell what drug they were on. But they were so high because they were fidgeting and they were jerking. Like they was jerking around and fidgeting the whole time they were in my store. But then they came to the same section. Then they walked back to the door and back to the section. Instead of acting like they had money, they acted like they didn't know what they wanted to buy. So then I was like, okay, so you know what you're looking for? And he goes, yeah, I just want to make sure I'm getting the right thing. What he said was, I just wanted to make sure I'm getting the right radio, adapter so I could put into my car. So I'm like, cool. Go to the counter and they can look it up. You tell them your car and they could give you the information. It's that simple. They stayed there for another 20 minutes looking at the same thing. So in law enforcement, what we do is we do a weight, we do an estimate, and then we react. So I waited, I estimated in my mind, are they gonna buy this? Do I think they have money? Do they act like they have money? If they don't act like they have money at all, they're gonna act like they don't know what they're looking for. One, that's the first sign. And then, okay, I'm confused. I don't know what I'm looking for. Let me start joking around. So once I start walking around the store, doing my little pace, they go, Pop, pop. They made a joke. Pop, pop, pop. Oh, you shot me. Ah. Like,
Really?
as if I caught them already and I'm trying to shoot them dead.
I'm
It's not
a
that.
funny guy. I got a big sense of humor, but I wouldn't even do that.
Right. You're looking at your product, and then when you see me, pow, pow, pow. Like, come on. I'm already paranoid with my job. Like, I'm already paranoid with my job. We have people in my local jurisdiction that came to AutoZones when security wasn't working there. They had guns. And they tried to rob AutoZone. Who would try to rob an AutoZone?
Are you close to Baltimore? Are you down near Baltimore?
I work. My jurisdiction is DC for my credentials, but my living situation is Maryland.
Okay, gotcha, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you a good one. You'll both like this one. I grew up all white school, white, and the elders were racist for real. So when I was growing up, when I turned 13 or 14, my parents got divorced, and I went from an all white school to a 60-40 black and white, and I found black women attractive, but I grew up, it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay the way I grew up. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it took me a long time to mentally overcome all that. And then next thing you know, I'm friends with everybody, color, everything. I was like a cool dude, you know what I mean? But it was like a shock to me, man. I came from this white neighborhood. And if you're familiar with Philadelphia, are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
I don't know Philadelphia that well. I know the airport.
Really?
Well, been there, and
are you familiar with Chester? Because up here, like Chester's a very low income, like what do you call it? Ghetto? I don't know. That's how I grew up knowing it. Ghetto,
Okay.
It's like public housing and all that.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, I met a girl down there, and I moved in with her, like lived with her, stayed with her, whatever. And I learned a lot. About judging people. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I was like, wow, these people are still just trying to live too. You know what I mean?
That's pretty much. And I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute.
And I'm talking, there was whites there, there was blacks there was Puerto Ricans there. So it's not like I'm being racist. I got to learn a whole new world,
Yeah, I don't do. I'm fine to talk about race anytime and at the drop of a hat.
Well, good, because I don't want to feel uncomfortable talking about it because.
No, I'm not that black person.
Right, when Biden and all these politicians,
they're race hustlers. Baby.
Yeah, we want the black vote, we want the Puerto Rican vote.
That's disgusting.
That disgusts me, man. It disgusts me bad. Only because how they go about it. No, just be yourself.
You know what? There are a lot of people that are racist. Black people can actually be racist.
Oh, sure.
In the place that I'm thinking right off. I mean, it's because they're groomed. They're groomed by people like that party. The Democrats attract a certain group of people. They attract not just demographics, but they also attract a certain emotional type,
Yeah, emotions. It's really not about color, it's about emotion.
So yeah, they do. And they have figured out how to like Pavlovian dogs or techniques, how to trigger people. That's all they needed. Once they figured that they could ring that bell or they could trigger that word. Remember this. And they don't even talk, but their party has the history for that. Like, remember, you're talking about all these things that your party was responsible for.
Oh my God! Don't you wish more people knew that? You know what I mean?
Yes, but they don't teach. To be honest, in these schools, they talk about the Civil War.
Right.
Talk about slavery, but they don't talk about any affiliation between the parties. You might get a George Wallace story here and there, or his wife, Lurleen B. Wallace, but you are not going to get much on the affiliate of what party they actually represented. You're not going to get that. You're not.
Very true.
And see, there you go. Like then you got the liberals and all this stuff going on, all those associations, the NAACP, the ACLU.
When did the liberals start? I don't remember liberals from the beginning of time. Maybe they were big enough.
I think they were back. I'd say you had 19th century liberals.
Right, but I mean, they weren't big enough, weren't powerful enough.
No, they figured out the con is what they. We got a person in here that was a kindred spirit from earlier. Newman Outdoors. Shout out to Newman Outdoors. Guy
Newman Outdoors, hey.
Would love to join you in the future. Not sure on how to live live love your channel, BS.
Not sure how to live.
Okay, well we'll help you with that for sure. If you can download StreamYard and just plug in like what your email account, I think that's what you do, and then just plug that in, and then we can send you the link. The link will be down here, and you just click on it, jump right on with us. We could probably even walk you through it one day if you want.
Yeah, hey, I didn't know how to do it 2 months ago. I just started. I didn't know how to do it. And Autumn, I thought you were new like me because when I met you, you had only a couple subscribers, a couple hundred or whatever. And when I realized I met you and I went back to your channel, I'm like, this girl's been doing this for a while.
Well,
same here. She inspired me. I never used this platform until her.
You guys are killing me. I'm just I don't know. I mean, I've been feeling my way around this whole YouTube thing because really, honestly, did I come on here with a career portfolio? Now, this is what my YouTube career is supposed to look like. No, I didn't come on here.
You know what? I came on YouTube for years. No account, no nothing. Just, hey, I want to fix my truck. So how do I fix a starter or whatever?
Right, how-to video.
It was to me. 2 months ago, 3 months ago, like January, I don't even know. Somehow I came across this live stream. It was just a bunch of people just joking and laughing, and he didn't take YouTube serious. And we laughed. I mean, my guts were hurting. We were laughing so hard to like 6 in the morning. So everybody loved our joking. So this guy couldn't go live at night, and everybody's like, yo, about time you go live. I'm like, I have no idea how to do it.
Right.
So it took me 2 weeks to learn how to do it. Funny. I'm a tech tard. It took me 2 weeks to figure it out. I started going live, having fun, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool. You know what I mean? This is pretty unique,
Mm-hmm.
Like, I enjoy being here talking to you right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, this is the first time I've had, 3 total people on here, and this is pretty open ended, the way I have this one set up, because this is not like a grow stream. I'm going to set up a grow stream, but predominantly I like getting on and talking about reflecting on some of the things that are going on, because I'm sorry to say, guys, but I just think things are just too important. I mean, we're at a crossroads right now. We're running hot.
Yes, you are the next hot thing, Autumn. So I want you to once a week or once every other week do a grow channel, or
a grow channel.
You don't have to do one yourself. You can just visit other live streams, and you've seen how that works.
Yeah,
and grow yourself that way. You know what I mean? So I would spend some time on that, finding active members. So now you're communicating with more people. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, well, well, here, let me say this, and this is probably has nothing to do with it, but are you guys familiar with Trish Reagan from Fox News? Trish Reagan?
No, not sure. No.
I think she was relatively new. Well, I think she got canned from Fox because I think she called it the China virus. I don't know if she did.
Really?
I think she got canned. Yeah, like
I didn't hear that. Then you see my TV, I don't watch news. The only news I get is on YouTube for about 7 to 10 years now. But only this year I knew about live streams and what people do. But I researched everything.
I'm looking at it right now. That was actually the first thing I seen. gets canned from Fox. Yes, I actually am familiar with her. Now I see who she is. She gets canned. They live. Wow, she gets canned from Fox
Yeah,
News
I am right there with
for,
Trump.
for speaking on the coronavirus. That's the first
You're
thing that
not going to
popped up
do
in my
that on that. So they are like, I don't know, suppressing. They are controlling the internet, like news. YouTube especially YouTube right now. You know what I mean? And
I tell
that's
you
kind
what
of
I
sick.
should do. I tell you what I'm going to do. I think what I'm going to do, you guys know that there's other platforms and stuff that you can do, like what is this, like a Google video and all these other little. I'm wondering if I should go back old school and start collecting phone numbers from YouTube. So if we get canned, then at least we could do the same type of 1, 2, 3.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise,
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
that
A
might
lot
be
of the
important to
a
do.
lot of the big channels I know on here, they have backup channels. They have D Live. I have not
D-Live.
visited these other things.
She knows.
You know what I mean?
Well,
But
I have a backup channel. I have a couple of backup channels too, but I don't know if any of them has this capability. Like we need.
Right.
But you can need to go through what, Patreon. I think you can run on Thrive. Maybe I need to start running through some of those, like Twitch, Patreon, D Live.
Black Wolf got me introduced to, but he tells me when he streams he has at least 5 to 7 different sources.
Oh, he runs them all at the same time?
All at the same time.
Yeah. Joe, I'm just trying to get used to this.
Me too. Only you too.
But you know what? But I'm saying for
this
reason, the reason that I just mentioned, it might be good if I just go ahead and get, because if they pull one, I got another. Every time they pull me off one, I've got,
exactly. Yeah, right. Ducks in a row.
Yeah, we got to survive. So
and Autumn, DJ and Autumn. I didn't know this. I'm learning. I'm new at all this. But Super Chat, you get 1,000 subscribers, you get 4,000 watch hours, you get some Super Chat. They take 45% of that money. So if I send you $100, you're getting $65.
Are you kidding me? Who takes?
Oh, hell, I know. I did not know that.
God, you. And I've been wanting to do it for people, but it's best yet. Do you have a PayPal account?
Yeah, technically, yes, I do.
Yeah, the Super Chat's cute. You get a big emoji, but YouTube takes 45% of the money.
I didn't realize it was that much.
I swear to God, what I learned. So if you get a PayPal account and you put it in your About Me page, and you can tell people about it, there are places to put it, blah, blah, blah. Killer Whale might be able to help you out on that, but
Killer Whale.
At least PayPal, you're getting the money.
Right.
Yeah, I've got mine set up on here. I think I'm going to jump on because some of these channels, they've got people, at a certain point, even on YouTube, if you get enough subscribers, you can have people be subscribed to your channel and they're paying a $5 fee a month.
Patreon, that's Patreon, right?
Patreon, okay.
Something like that. Members, you could actually have members that pay to watch, and I think that's what we're going to be coming down. That might be our survival mode, is if we can keep these channels like this up, if we've got something like that to support. Otherwise, yanked down and scrubbed,
Yeah, exactly. There's a guy named his channel is GSN News. I'm not real comfortable about everything he does, but he's trying, and he's got 20,000 subscribers. He's doing well.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not gonna say it because I sound like Joe Biden now. Oh, never mind. I don't want to offend anybody, but I don't agree with some of the things he does. But he's the one that I heard. He's got another channel, G Live. G Live, is that right? G Live.
Yeah, that's so funny.
But you gotta take all your people from here and get them over there. You know what I mean?
I think you're right, because a lot of people have the suppression is real, because some people's numbers don't change. Sometimes they've demonetized people's videos if they don't like what you're
They
saying.
delete them. They straight up delete them.
And then I think they're blaming right now the deletions or whatever onto artificial intelligence right about now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they said everybody's not in the office. They're working from home. Blah blah blah.
Blame the artificial intelligence, right?
Yeah, all of them. A Filipina friend that I know, Ludo, knee sexy, cute girl. She does her thing, and everything she tries to do, live stream like this,
Mhm.
boom, they knock it down every time she's trying to do anything. I'm like, she's not doing anything wrong, and they're knocking it down. But I think maybe that's right. Nobody's there. Something's going on. You know.
Hang on, we got a couple of hearts from Cooking Inamo. Cooking Inamo, how you doing?
Appreciate you. And how are you doing?
Glad you're here.
Glad you're here.
And where are you coming from?
Tell us where you're from, Cooking Inamo. Am I saying that wrong? Cooking Inamo. Cooking Inamo.
Cookie in the mold.
That's a friend of mine.
Okay.
You guys connect to email.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll definitely matter of fact, let me go ahead and subscribe to your channel so you know I am also, and I appreciate you as well.
Let me do like a little
TJ,
introduction here for you guys, because we do have people. I want to make sure I don't neglect the peeps that are here tuned in, tapped into us here on the
exactly.
Hi guys, it is Black Spring here. We have two guests. We have DJ Vision Barnett.
Appreciate you.
And you guys are going to drop your link, right?
Yep, doing it again.
Tell us about who you are and where they can find you. If you have a specialty on your platform, if you have specialties on your platform that you deal with, we'll be glad to have you talk about those. And my second guest this evening is About Time. You want to tell them who you are at some point, drop your link, tell them what your specialty is, what you do, what brings you to YouTube. You know the drill. But just make sure you bring in, you just give them your information or whatnot at the end of this stream, because it's nice to support each other, because I do believe that this is a community, and yeah,
exactly.
We're glad to have everybody here, and we will like this was just kind of random, right, DJ?
Yeah, pretty much. I seen that you got on, and I was like, well,
Autumn. When I got here, I typed in like 2 sentences. You guys didn't see me here. And she was like, "We're gonna wrap this up, guys. We're out here."
Oh yeah. You're right.
How long ago?
No, even before you got on, she was about to wrap it all up. But you got on, and we were on for a whole nother hour. So.
Well, see, there you go. See there, we see how we got in, and we just all three just gelled like that.
Easy breezy. The first time you had me on, Autumn, I was afraid of offending anybody, so I was real careful on what I said. You know what I
mean? No. Honestly, because I mean, I like to talk to people. I mean, we are Americans, and this is the ship. We're on the ship, right?
Right. But it was your channel, and I didn't want to scare people away or offend them, so I was very careful in my wording. And every time I said something, I was like, "It's my opinion. It's my opinion."
Yeah, well, and I appreciate it. I mean, like I said, this one doesn't. What is this title? Test with an exclamation.
Yeah.
Right. So it wasn't even like a real subject.
This wasn't super really like an interview or whatever. I actually like doing interviews, but I also like this. Like we learn a lot. I think you learn when it's open ended like this. You can learn a lot more. rather than keeping things, if I want to go a certain direction, then I want to keep it structured or whatever. But then, and there's cases like this is still, we're learning things and we're also, enjoying each other's.
The
And
open
respecting
panel.
each
I
other.
like this open panel. This open panel platform is real good for us.
Yeah. So do you guys want to deal with one more? You guys want to pick something specific to close out to, or how do you want to do it? We got.
Well, heck yeah. Both of you did not answer my original question when we talked about it.
Jay, what's going?
But you talking about
Autumn, you're first. DJ, you're next. All right, Autumn. The pandemic, how many months? Your prediction.
Oh, you want the number?
Ooh.
It's just a guess.
You going first, DJ, or you gonna make me go?
Okay.
3 months tops.
Tops. All right. Go ahead, Autumn.
Because three is a number of God.
Well, you know what?
G-O-D.
His history does prove that is a good guess because all the pandemics were 3 months.
Here we
Go ahead,
go.
Autumn.
Well, I'm gonna say because of this situation, I'm gonna say this is a non-conforming pandemic. I'm gonna say 6 months, 6 to 9 months.
Woo!
All right. We got both your predictions.
Lottery.
Mine is an evil prediction. But you know what? You can all laugh at me next year and say you were so wrong, and that'd be great. But I think it's 2 years, and I think it's a global depression.
Wow.
I actually agree to an extent, but not to the 2 years. I agree that it's going to be a global depression mainly because inflation. If you're giving out $2 trillion to $6 trillion, inflation has to happen. But after that, we can't predict what happens after that.
Well,
3 months.
3 months. What you said, everybody can survive. We can all kick back in 3 months. The economy will kick back. Everybody will kick back.
Right. I'm all here with faith, and I'm here like this. Like, come on, 3 months. 3 months.
All right. Don't get me wrong. I got a lot of faith in God, but trust me. All right, it's only my prediction, but
yeah,
this is gonna be a dastardly deed here.
Yeah.
My prediction. Only my prediction.
There you go.
I'm gonna be locked up for 3 months. For 2 years.
Yeah. Well, Autumn. If let's say
she got her dentist.
If I'm right.
What?
If I'm right, the 2 years ain't gonna be the problem. It's gonna be feeding yourself is gonna be the problem. You know what I mean?
What's gonna be the problem?
Feeding yourself.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh,
It's not over here. We got that covered. Me and Autumn was talking about that the other day.
What do you got?
Let me show you.
He said, let me show you. Is he a prepper? Autumn?
Maybe.
I can't see. I can't see too much. What is it?
These are what you call meal ready to eat.
That. Really?
Yeah. Sporting goods and military surplus industries will sell you these, and you don't have to refrigerate them or freeze them, and they will stay fresh.
Well, then God bless you. If you got that, you're gonna be all right for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Well,
yesterday or the day before, I took a video of 5 deer in my front yard. I'll live.
I was about to say the funny thing is we have a lot of deer in Maryland, and we have deer in Maryland, we have bear in Maryland, we got chickens, we got pigs,
right?
But they're limited.
Well, okay, I got something for you.
Here we go. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I
Is
like
that a
it.
box of Cheerios? Are you gonna bring me a box of Cheerios?
Oh
I
man.
got for you. How about this?
Okay. Yes.
Oh my
Okay,
God!
you joined the pack. Oh, you too, huh?
You got my ex-wife in your hand.
You want to play these games, huh? You want to play these games, huh?
I got nothing. I got nothing for you.
I want
I
that.
got 5 years.
I
I got nothing.
mine.
I want
got
And
mine.
all of them. I grew up with hunters in my family and blah blah blah. But I was not a gun person. I became a marksman with a bow, but
Wow.
I wouldn't kill it. I would not kill anything. I refuse to kill it. I don't kill insects. I don't kill anything. Right? But I'll tell you what, if I'm starving to death, one of them deer are gonna happen.
Man.
but yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
me
telling you,
too, I tell you that much.
I think I am going to order some food because let me go to my point and then I'll come back to the preparedness stuff.
All right, guys.
My thing is when I saw the shelves at
Oh
the
my
grocery store,
God.
I'm like, because I'm telling you, but I'm just, it's one thing about YouTube. YouTube, like Facebook, connects the whole world. So when you hear that other people are making whatever they can make out of what's available, then that does send to me off some signs in my head to say, hey, this thing could go bad.
At any time.
We have genetically modified food already. Genetically modified GMAs or whatever.
GMOs.
GMO.
Genetically modified organisms that turn into food, basically.
Okay, so you have that, but then what if the truck stopped rolling?
My friend told me because he actually uses those trucks as he's part of the chain he's part of the supply chain. That's one thing I was trying to tell you the other day. He's part of the supply chain. Let me go to his message because he specifically tells me what they told him.
Wait. Your voice is a little strange. Do that again.
DJ said 3 months. You said 3 to 6 months, right?
Oh, your voice changed on your
6 to 9. Your voice is like robotic.
It sounds like you're on the phone, actually.
Yeah, it sounds like okay. So
I didn't do anything. I'm sitting
I
here
hope you're not.
okay, so when you did
they're
that,
not
I think
censoring
when
you.
you leaned backwards, you went back into the same mode. But then when you leaned forward, you went into something a lot smaller.
That's creepy.
What? You literally sound like you're on a cell phone right now.
Nice. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, it's
We hear you.
It's a little less. It's like a little bit of an echo, like a feedback or something.
And just
Somewhere.
small little.
What if I talk lower? If I talk lower, is that okay?
Wow, now it's just changing.
It changed again. It could be the program. It could be just something between.
It might be because we're on here so long. We're going on 3 hours now.
Yeah, so 10 minutes. I get 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes.
All right.
What if I talk up here? Can you hear me?
Now you disappear. Did you disappear on me?
What?
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
It's just your black shirt.
Well, what I was going to say.
Last point, if you can hear me.
Yeah.
See that you said 3 months.
You're back.
Autumn, you said 3 to 6 months.
6 to 9.
6 to 9.
Yeah.
Guess what? Be prepared, man. 6 to 9, this economy, the world is done. 6 months of this, the world is done. The economy of the world. You know what I mean? There's not going to be food or anything.
Well, see, what I was saying was about the food was, I'm just thinking if I'm hearing other people, when you look at other shelves around the world, and then if people are but this wasn't even a shelf. This person was saying that based on what was left, because if you go in a store right now, what do you got to deal with? You got to deal with what's left, with what you can find. So what I'm saying is, what if there is a shortage? Like the truck stopped rolling, or like somebody was like, I said, also, should I go get some money out of the bank?
Oh, speaking of,
You can go to the bank, go to the ATM. I'm like, well, guess who fills the ATM? A man in a truck, an armed man in a truck.
yep.
Right.
So if that doesn't go, what will you have?
No, they're essential. They have to. They're
right,
mandated to go.
I don't want to be a fear monger, but I think it's going all out. And I honestly believe it's the curve they talk about, I believe we're going to get through that. But I believe it's going to come back in the fall.
Oh, God.
And I believe it's going to be twice as strong. And like, nah, that's only my opinion, no facts to it. You know what I mean?
Okay, I know, but do you guys not think this time is very awesome? It's very, the timing of this, the time, and for them to say project into the fall, how do they know that? How do you project what anything's going to do?
All right, so let me read you this from one of the guys who actually sends us some of the food supplies. He says, "Yes, sir. Just giving heads up. Pass the word. Also, let people know there's no storage of food or TP. Just toilet paper. Just putting that one out there. He said just not enough trucks to get it delivered fast enough to y'all.
Yes.
But we are working on it day in and day out. Though I'll be out here pushing the big rig, getting things done. And he'll give me an update on that, because they're literally working overtime just to meet the demand, and they can't meet the demand.
Well, my friend, he said the same thing, that some of them are getting extra hours, but yet some of his friends have been laid off.
Exactly. So they're picking up their shifts. They're picking up their stops.
Yeah, I got a truck driver in my family, and my dad, he's retired now, but he worked at Scott Paper where they made the toilet paper. And my dad called me yesterday. He goes, we had millions and millions. Like, how is it gone? You know what I mean?
See?
Like, it's amazing. But of course, I believe it on hoarders. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Certain individuals are buying stores out. There was a video on Instagram of one lady buying a whole store out because she just had the money. That was it. And there's no law or limit on how much you can buy if the local legislation didn't put a limit on it. Some do. Some say you can only buy this much, because we're not gonna. If my town has to buy it, I'm not gonna sell it to one person. That's crazy.
But you know what, you're exactly right. But the reality is, if I'm starving, am I gonna worry about wiping my ass? Excuse me, guys. You know what I mean?
I'll take a shower. I
cannot eat toilet paper. You know what I mean?
You're right.
But wait, and see that's what I'm saying. It's like,
it's a luxury at that point.
Somebody was saying, yeah, they're gonna you guys are gonna get a lot of rest and eat a lot of food before all the hell breaks.
You better get you some baby wipes. And nobody's shopping for baby wipes. You want toilet papers, but you ain't thinking about baby wipes. They're more efficient. They're more efficient for wiping your hands.
I'll use leaves. I'll jump in the shower.
Exactly.
You know,
like, come on, that's a shower first.
My priority.
It's a luxury. It's just a luxury on our coast.
Exactly.
Before they used toilet papers That's what they use. Sears and Roebuck's catalogs in my country. They wipe
Yeah.
their ass and right. And the only reason why they transferred that to toilet paper because it came on a spindle, just like toilet paper. So they will rip it off and wipe their ass with it. And I come from the Roebuck genealogy. So we know what you need. We knew what you need. Generation
Luxury or what we need.
exactly. You know,
It's
so
you know,
it's just hilarious to me.
a crazy. It's just like I said, what every can we say every country has had its, or every nation had its. Some people say this is our what, Babylon. This is the
Pretty much.
Oh, there we go. Right back to the Bible. All right, go ahead.
This is our Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah times at this point.
Well, give it to me. That's what I started out my whole questioning was biblical, but we got off that. But go ahead.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Some people say that that's what it is, and I don't know. There's every great civilization that's fallen. You know, I could say, well, we go back to Rome. But you know, but even right now is what I'm saying. People that have resigned to say this is all about color and Orange Man bad, and that's the only thing they loop in their head 324 hours a day. They still think this is about skin color or Trump.
We can definitely go back to Rome on one point, on a few points. One, the whole arena mentality. When it came to Rome, arenas ruled their society. So when you think about that, arenas are canceled right now. By law, you cannot arena. You cannot publicly congregate by the thousands.
That is a good parallel right off. No football.
None.
Well, you know,
everything's on a halt.
Every empire has fallen, right?
Every empire has fallen. So
bread
once
bowl,
our NFL, once our
bowl.
basketball, once our boxing, once all these things stop because we can't watch the fighters fight each other as we eat our popcorn after we went to work and spend our last
you got popcorn, DJ?
I got
Where
boxes.
you live? Give me your address.
I got boxes of popcorn.
But you go back to the basketball. Is this you mentioned basketball? Is this not March Madness? Is it not?
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
No more.
Right on
Not anymore. Not anymore, girl.
That's good. That's good.
But guys, my prediction is 2 years global depression. Only my prediction.
He's trying to get people to slit their wrist.
Hey, but that's no different than old school Wolf said. He's gonna max out all his credit cards. Because he predicts inflation.
I don't have any credit cards.
He predicts inflation 100%.
I'm
not necessarily going to max out no credit cards, but I do. But I do predict inflation at a certain rate.
Well, how bad do you guys think that? How bad do you guys think the inflation will be?
It depends on where we start putting our money.
All right, I disagree, DJ.
Once the money is given out to everybody, once everybody gets their $1,200 checks, after that, then what is what I look at? Like, then what? And it's also a mandate that says if you don't get the check and you're unemployed, you'll be able to receive your current salary for up to 4 months. That's the definition of inflation waiting to happen.
DJ, are you and Autumn familiar with Venezuela?
Huh?
Are you familiar with Venezuela?
Yeah, people
Yeah.
eating the zoo animals.
Venezuela is bankrupt. They are beyond gone.
Yeah,
Um,
I actually seen somebody who lived in Venezuela, and they made a documentary of them going there, and their gas stations are by the hundreds. Their gas stations are lined up by the hundreds. You can't even get gas unless you wait in line and you're outside of your car because you're down the road.
right.
Also,
So you've seen it, TJ. TJ, you've seen it.
Yes, they have the exact same thing on the show. The exact
It's
same
gonna
thing.
happen here, bro. It's gonna happen here. My prediction.
That's the definition of socialism.
Well, I
Well,
mean, can you guys, um, but I'm just saying, like, for us to get to the point that we are right now, I don't understand how generations prior to this, like, you got a few people speaking out here or there, but why weren't people speaking out 30 years ago or 40 years ago? Did they not see? I mean, maybe you can't see everything, but did they not see you can't keep you can't just have a debt. You can't just keep being on a debt and have a noose just keep tugging at at you. And eventually you're going to get your wind cut off. You,
Autumn. I think it was trust back then, growing up, and we didn't have the technology as today. When I believe that the country is divided 50-50, but back then we had to trust the government, trust. We believed in that, but we didn't have this kind of connect.
You're right.
You know what I mean?
You're right. We trusted in the government so much that we traded our Federal Reserve note. We traded our gold for Federal Reserve notes way back then.
Right.
that was amazing.
And once that started, it changed everything. This is the definition of inflation.
Well,
Oh yeah.
Well, but then I'm saying from a political standpoint, I don't know.
Wait, Autumn, what side you standing on? I'm just kidding.
Right now, people are literally selling their stocks for gold, for gold value. Like they're getting scared. They're shaking in their boots. Even my grandmother bought stocks, and she's like, my financial advisor told me I don't think we could last too much longer.
Yeah, that is not good. But Autumn, go ahead, say your point. From a political standpoint, go ahead. I'm sorry.
From a political standpoint, I'm thinking that also, I think I've been saying this for a while. I think they suspended the Constitution a long time ago. And I don't
Obama, even Bush, yes.
Look at the Congress. I mean, they're just spending. And then also, if I can go to a bipartisan thing, say Republican, Democrat, are either of these parties working for us?
No.
Are either of them?
At this point, technically, no. At this
point, why do we need, if we're gonna go off the rails, they should go too.
If you want a real president, vote for me.
For him or JLP, huh?
Am I not wrong, though? Don't we want a real president? Don't we want a real person? Not this bullshit, Sorry, Autumn.
I just don't know, I'm just saying, like, but you just look at what's going on right now. Most of the patriots are like, everybody's like somebody last night was like, man, I just think we just got played. I've been hearing this and that, and they were like, they can do a whole impeachment, impeach our president, and this and that. We can't even get anybody arrested for crimes that we know who the perpetrators are. We can't get anybody off the streets. So people are feeling defeated right now.
Exactly.
And you know what? They pushed in the law now that if you have a homeless person on your premises outside of your door. That if he's just homeless and you come home from work and he's inside of your home, it's legal. It's terrible. It not when I say illegal, meaning no consequences, none. He doesn't
Right.
go to jail. He's in your house because he's homeless and he's mentally disturbed, and it's a depression right now. They're using right now as a scapegoat for people who don't have anything to do wrong. Up to $1,000, like I showed you earlier, in our other
They didn't say you can't kick them out.
you can't.
Hold on, dude.
So what do we do? What do we do?
I
I just sit back and go, hey, well, like, what do you do?
I
You know?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're right. Like, it's just everything's being manipulated.
And they know the law better than
But it's so sad. It's sad. It's sad, DJ, because they got a raise. They got a raise, and we got crumbs.
I know, right?
Yes. Even I literally know homeless people who know the law better than law enforcement.
Yeah,
So
not even
if you're a rookie in law enforcement,
It's a slap in the face. Like $1,200, people, their rent costs that much. You know what I mean?
she
Well,
was just
that's what I'm saying. How long do they think that's going to last? People that work in some places, people have 3 or 4 jobs. In San Francisco, they have 3 or 4 jobs.
My opinion is they don't care. They're going to give you $1,200 this month, $1,200 next month, $1,200 the
You
following
think
month.
they're going to do this every month?
4
get
months
through it.
tops.
They're going to do it to get through this.
It's not going to be more than 4 months tops. They're going to put a cap on it, just like they said. We're going to give you your current payment of your employer, of your employee and employer. If you lose your job, they're going to give you 4 months of that pay and stop it right there. So after it stops, then what?
Right. So, DJ, the reality is that it's all short term, whether it's a month or a year. That's short term.
It's
The
still not,
reality is, when is the government broke and can't do it anymore?
We're already broke. They're already broke.
hey, it's still not equivalent to the
Bro, they're just printing.
right? It's still not that much. I don't even know what is the average rate of unemployment. It's still not full salary, whatever they were making. They're still going to lose all their stuff.
Right, but they added $600 a week, which is pretty huge.
Exactly.
$600 a week.
Thank you. He knows it. I know
And
it.
on top of it,
And you have to wait
on
for it.
top of the employment. That's pretty huge. That's pretty
And you have to
massive.
kick in.
Well,
It
how
doesn't
When I
kick
was
in
unemployed, I was making like $1,800 a month.
3 weeks.
Unemployed.
It doesn't kick in 2 weeks.
Imagine another $2,400 on top of that.
Exactly. And then you have to, and then I have friends that are already calling their banks, telling them to leverage their things. So then they're already telling their banks to give us leverage loans. They're already calling their banks and their mortgages. And there are people and their phone companies are already telling phone companies to leverage their bills. They're telling every single bill owner that helps you sustain your situation to leverage your situation due to the crisis. And they're calling you saying, it's time to pay. We don't care about
everybody is not
one of them.
to that.
Verizon is one of them. They want their money now. They don't care.
A lot of these people are not. They're not yielding to any kind of arrangement on. They want their money.
Period.
They're gonna go under. Because you see what I'm saying? You know,
exactly.
Everybody's not. They're not. This is not a bailout for the housing. For the housing crisis.
Oh no! It's
right?
You and your husband are out of work, you're screwed, man. What's $1,200 gonna do for you? Nothing. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. It's like this is not the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac bailout. This is something. This is something else.
Right. Oh, DJ. Excuse me. What are you guys out of work because of this, or what do you do, or
I'm in.
Go ahead, DJ. You go ahead.
Okay. I'm in law enforcement. I just got my hours back. My hours was cut 50% at first, but I threatened to leave my company, and they gave me 85 to 90% of my hours back the next day. So basically, I had to scare my company and saying I'm gonna leave because I'm not making the money I have to make to. But I actually told my chief was, due to you cutting my hours from the coronavirus, trying to share shifts. That's what they call it, sharing shifts, to split the difference to help everybody out. Yeah. I just got back on board within the last 2 days. Just got back on board.
I'm not. I haven't been for a while. I've had some issues. I've got some issues going on, but also my industry is also, there's 10,000 of us off. So there's, what I'm going to do for the rest of the year is affected by this, because I was wanting to make a change so that I could do something else that would kind of accommodate. What's that?
You're gonna be a YouTube star. That's not their prediction, DJ.
Well, I'm going to tell you that.
I support it.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I support you guys too. Don't forget that. If I can ever come on to your show, or if I can ever add any top ramen to your show, or preparations kits to your show, I can.
No, I appreciate it.
But I will tell you the truth.
I do brickwork and whatnot, and guess what? I'm like shut down. I don't even know what's gonna happen. I don't care because of this. And faith in God, and that's all I care about. You know what I mean?
That's all we could do.
Yeah, well, I tell you, it's just, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. This year has not been. What year? What year is this?
We haven't even started. That's the worst part about it. We're trying to get our
2032. You didn't know that? It's 2032.
This reminds me of the Matrix right here. If anything, I swear to God, this reminds me. It's like we're living in a false reality in which we're projecting something.
Right.
But it's not.
The funny thing is, it's like, it's a good thing, because where you're on the East Coast. Where are you about time?
I'm up Pennsylvania, but
Okay, you're not far from me, bro. You're right. You're right.
Maryland. I used to work in Centerville, Maryland.
Oh yeah. That's about an hour away from me. But Maryland's a little bit pretty big. Maryland's long, but it's not wide. So yeah.
What was it called? I love that town. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. It was a rich town, rich. You know, the yachts and all that on the waterway, the little harbor.
We even have a Hollywood in Maryland.
Oh my God, I can't think of the name of it.
It's all is well. All is well.
All right. If I think of it, I'll tell you.
All
But
right.
it's like a couple miles south of Centerville, where I work.
Okay.
I was foreman down there at what was the name of it? Tyler Direct Printing Company.
Oh, okay.
But the other thing I was going to say to you guys is, like, how do you plan for the rest of the year? How do you can't really do whatever you might have had in mind. It's all off the table right now. It's off.
This is what I'm planning right now. And we did, me and Black Autumn, we did talk about this before. I still plan on buying land in Virginia. I haven't let that go yet. I'm being honest. I haven't let that go yet. It's still going for. The prices are getting better because of the times.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are migrating and giving up their land because they don't want to live there no more, and they've been there for years and generations. So in Virginia, you can get 3, 4, 5 acres for $500 as long as you pay land tax. That's it.
Right.
So right now, I'm working on that. And also I'm also working on understanding the laws in Virginia. After I buy the land, I need to know how to tend the land. You can't just buy land and that's it. You have to take care of it. It's yours now. And then it's gonna be under your name, and your last name is gonna be your estate. It'll be part of your estate. Then you gotta know what to do with it. So right now, me knowing that's where we used to be when they say get America great again. America was great 10 years after the Civil War. 75% of blacks own and housing. Period.
Hey guys, if I disappear, my phone died. My battery's about low.
All right,
Just saying.
all right, all right.
Okay.
All is well.
I don't really think I've been like, I'm out. You know.
Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate you. So in my family, my great grandfather inherited land, and he did inherit. And my family did inherit it from a white man. But once the white man married into my family, my black family, they also once they married, they gave the land to my family. They loved us and they appreciated us. That's one thing that they didn't tell you in your history book. Once they married,
Wait, what are you talking like 1800s?
yes, around 1875.
Wow, that's
75.
amazing. That's amazing.
Still got the Bible right here, 1875. So, and the funny thing is, that was the first act that we can do. Marry. We jumped the broom, and that was it. That's the only thing we can do. That's what made us citizens. Once we married with the white man, he gave us his belongings. When he died, his children, he said, "Okay, I don't even care if they're mixed white and black. I want them to have my stuff. I don't want to give it to a stranger. Period. I love this woman, and I want my children to have my belongings." And they mandated it. They put it on paper, and then they had to make the law based on marriage. So when you got married, you put the marriage in the Bible, and you carried the Bible, and they called it a family Bible. So
Right.
once you got married,
I see you got a big one of them.
man, what? Yes. So once you had that, then you can prove that by law, this is my land. You can't kick me off. My family been here for 100 years, 200 years, whatever, and we own this property. So if you do try to kick me off, if I take you out or do anything to you, by law, I'm already covered. I'm already covered. You can't kick me off. You can't try to mandate me. I have my own water. I have my own cattle, my own chickens, my own this, my own that. So basically we're trying to get back to the point where we have everything that we need and we don't have to depend on nobody else.
Right.
Well,
But our country's fighting it though. They're trying to fight that. And the worst part about that is they actually had something called a victory garden in the world wars, where during wartime they would grow gardens in their backyard knowing that they can't depend on their government. So they call them victory gardens because if you feel that your country is going towards a downfall, you have your tomatoes, you have everything in your backyard. Your victory. God created land, he created seeds, he created everything. He created the fruits, he created the chicken. You already have it. So it's up to us to do it at that point.
Right.
We're not asking for this. We're not asking for $1,200. I already have the actual substance here. You know, so right now we're fighting that tide right now. We're fighting that tide. We want to ask. We're expecting for things for nothing. We're expecting this. We want that for nothing. And if we don't get it, we're gonna go crazy. And we need to get off
Oh,
that
they're gonna go
mentality.
crazy. They're definitely gonna go crazy.
It's not going to be but see, that I think that was my concern from the beginning was, you've got people that summer has started for them and their kids 2 and 3 months early. They're at home with all of these kids with a limited amount, with the same or less than equal or less than what they had, probably less. And then you got everybody locked in their homes all day.
Losing it.
But then you got the people the have-nots that didn't even have that much to begin with. How are you going to control them? You know what I mean? Like, people have already been robbing people in the grocery store parking lots.
I'm a witness to that happening as a friend of the family.
Well, the have-nots would be harmless. They would be living the same way they've been living.
You're right. Robbing and stealing.
Well, I mean, we have we have these tent cities and stuff in California, and actually just not that, about 2 miles. You have people that just literally live in a tent on the sidewalk, and some of those people are adjusted to their lifestyle. But they're also letting people out of jail. I mean, tame those people for this pandemic? Are they going to be civilized?
They're literally letting people out of jail who already committed attempted murders. That's the confusing thing about me. One individual tried to kill his wife. She didn't die, so they let him out of jail. I don't understand how that has to do with the pandemic.
But see,
DJ, do you believe in visions?
Yes.
All right, Autumn, how about you?
Yeah.
I was in a coma about 7 years ago. And would you find it hard to believe that I've seen all this?
Really?
No, not at all. Not at all, because I have what you call repeating dreams. Every night I have series of the same dream.
You're definitely the first person I'll relay this to, because I never wanted to sound like a crazy person. But
all is well, bro. All is well over here.
When I came out of coma, I knew the entire Bible. Never read it in my life. I don't make this up, right?
No.
So I went to bed one night. When I was in a coma, I broke all my ribs, collapsed my lung, broke my neck. I was in a motorcycle accident, but I woke up one night, and again, I knew the Bible, and I was like, I never read the Bible in my life. I was living with my mom at the time when I got out of the hospital, down in Baltimore, Maryland, where I crashed. So I told my mom, something woke me up, and I said, Mom, you got a Bible? And she's like, what? I said, give me a Bible right now, or something I got to tell you. And in Revelations, I wanted to tell her something that I was told. And she gave me the Bible, and I opened up to the exact page with the exact, just like that. Boom, it was right there. Who does that? Nobody, right? So
I believe you, bro.
I'm gonna tell you a couple things I've seen. Jared Kushner, you know Jared Kushner?
Yep.
Yep.
I knew him before he was anybody. I knew his entire life. I know I sound crazy. I'm sorry. But I said to my mom, I was like, this is the guy. I said, he's the guy. And she's like, what? And I was like, I know his entire life. He's going to bring peace to the Middle East. And I told her all this 7 years ago. And then it perspired, and Jared Kushner brought that peace plan to the Middle East. Right? I know I sound crazy, guys. I know. That's why I don't tell anybody this stuff. And she knows it. She can validate it. She'd be like, wow. She goes, what are you supposed to do with all that? She knew how to go. She was like, what are you supposed to do with all that? I said, I think I'm just supposed to watch it on phone. Because I don't know. Nobody told me what I'm going to do with it. But yes, Jared Kushner, the peace plan, which is, of course, fake. It ain't the peace plan that I believe was in the Bible. Because it's a forced peace plan. But Jared Kushner was the man. You know what I mean? When they were doing that interview with the peace plan in the Middle East, I was like, please don't let them say Jared Kushner, please. And Netanyahu said, and thank you, Jared Kushner. I was like, oh no. Dude, I knew this man before I even knew him. Like, I was like, so wow. So when you guys hear my prediction, pay attention to them. Just saying. I know I sound crazy. You're both probably like, all right, let's get this loony off the.
No. I was gonna say like, we'll probably, I don't know, like I said, 5 minutes. We're gonna wrap out of here because it's. I mean, I've never been on here this long. It's 4 hours, right?
Yeah, me neither.
That's awesome.
We're just hitting 4 hours. This is amazing. It's a record now.
I was on with a bunch of people. We're on for like 8 hours. 8 hours.
Wow.
Can you imagine that?
No.
Nope, can't. I would fall asleep.
That's a lot.
Me and Autumn will fall asleep.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely, it's fun to get on here and just see where everybody. I mean, just see where anybody's head is. Like my gosh, like I don't know. Like I don't mean to be like a negative Nancy or gloom and doom, but I'm just thinking.
Oh, you're not Nancy at all. You're not Nancy at all. Trust me.
So
no.
So I'm just saying, like, just. Like we're going day. I'm telling you, it's almost like Las Vegas. Like who even watches the time right now? When they say 30 more days of, whatever, and then you're gonna get, it's just, I don't know. I mean, like,
if you don't read, you watch the Times.
Right. It's a different. It's just. I would like to, change the way I do things, change the way I live life is what I would like to do, like going forward, because I just think that this is the former world that we are saying goodbye to.
Pretty much. We're literally walking into something that we never seen and felt before. It's another stage of, are you ready for the next generation? That's the only scary part about it. Because it's like, our generation was already crazy.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. His phone died on. But like I was saying, it's like our generation was already crazy, but not knowing, I don't even know how old you are. I just assume you're older than 10 years older than me, by my assumptions. But to me, it's like right now we're walking on something new that we never touched. So it's so sensitive to most people, and sensitive things people get emotional about at this time. It's real. It's an emotional, stimulating situation for people who go to emotion first. I do have emotions and owned emotions, so I'm not acting like I'm inhumane. For those who think that people who are conservative don't have emotions, my emotions come from my values. That's the only thing I get emotional about, is my values. Like rapists, killers, murderers, people who do harmful things for no reason, or blame mental instabilities for the reasons why you do the things you do. Because I have long talks. Me being in law enforcement, I have long talks with people who claim emotional instability, the reasons why they do what they do, and they'll turn around and do something intelligent, and then turn around and do something with child. So I'm strict when it comes to my and our faith, in the way I treat my country, and how I view my country as a faith-based country. Even if you want to say that we're open to all faiths, sure, but we still have the same values at the end of the day. But knowing that we've been on here for 4 hours, if you want to wrap this up, because he just got off, and
Yeah.
we just about hit every single talking point. I don't think we could.
No. I was gonna wrap it up anyway, but appreciate you for coming on. And like I said, next time maybe we'll do something much more. We'll do something structured, and because I kind of want to get into some 2A stuff.
Yeah.
I know edited. How you doing? Oh gosh, sorry, we're getting at the 11th hour.
We're still here. This is amazing.
But yeah, but we're gonna have to wrap this one up, guys. As you can see, we're at the 4 hour, 5 minute, and 18 seconds mark.
Right.
We will.
Lord knows how long it's gonna take for this video to download.
Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
It's gonna download. It's gonna download.
Yeah, but we will. I don't know. Yeah, I'll have you back for sure. Let me see if I hit this end button here, guys. We'll see you next time on Black Spring, and thanks everybody for coming. Let me see if I hit this. I'm gonna end the stream now. Thanks, guys.